and a very good morning to all of you. We are live from the clay courts of the Sinhalese Sports Club ground here in Maitland Place, Colombo. The CL Synergy SSC Open 2025, the men's final between Apna Pereira and Ashen Silva, scheduled to be played in a short while. It's a great day. It's a very happy occasion for the Sinhalese Sports Club, the most popular tennis tournament by far these days, the SSC Open. As we say, a very good morning to my colleague Senuri Premanathan.
Good morning and thank you for that introduction. Feels nice to see some sun after a few gloomy days. Very hot conditions here at SSC, but we see the tennis players are all getting ready and excited for what's lined up for the rest of the day.
So the ball pickers, I would believe, being briefed. The chair umpire is Nalaka Ratnayaka, while the referee is Shehara Medavala. It's a tournament that has produced some national champions through the years. We can talk about a few of them, but this tournament, the facilities are absolutely magnanimous, and like most of the other facilities at the SSC, the tennis courts are also in very high demand.
Just few more months before, well, just 2 months more before SSC will be up and live with the big matches. So till then, it will be tennis that we settle for.
Yes, naturally, with all the big games coming up, the live coverage from Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare. Good to be here. It's good to have you all glued to your televisions. We hope to bring you the action which is expected to be well. Apna Pereira, the defending champion in the men's, having beaten Nithila Gunatilaka and Lithum Jayabandhu in the quarters and semis, is meeting Ashen Silva, who initially beat Ransana Vaniga Surya in the quarters and then got the better of Ganuka Fernando in the semi-final. So these two have had a great rivalry going in away from the SSC Open 2. It's good to see that these young players who have, some of them have had Davis Cup representation for the country. Any tennis player being a Davis Cup representative is the ultimate dream.
Starting young is always a place to be. I'm sure there's a bright future ahead of them as well. So it'll be nice to see both of these boys perform today as they take on each other in this final. So ladies and gentlemen, stay glued to your televisions, laptops, whatever it may be on this sunny Saturday morning.
Yeah, it's a very humid morning here. It's good for the game. The players would be looking for the rehydration as we bring you the live coverage here from the clay courts at SSC. Good to see that the facilities have been very well maintained. That's one of the key areas for the infrastructure to be used properly and used with purpose. A lot of the activity here is centered on these excellent facilities as we see it, beautifully done up. I saw in the stands Director of Tennis, International Tennis, Patiraja, Dinta Patiraja, also watching some of the action from early part. We are joining Independence Square as a height of activity, the rehearsals for the upcoming Independence Day celebrations, very much alive. Good to see that all this is happening. There's swimming, a gala happening today. There's a lot of cricket being played, inter-club cricket. Tomorrow there will be beach volleyball nationals. Papare will be involved with the swimming, tennis, then the rugby over the weekend.
busy schedule for Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel today. Again, being a big lineup for sports with rugby in the evening, netball currently going on at Ladies College.
And the two finalists this year at the CL Synergy 2025 SSC Open is your second seed, former national champion, two-time national champion, Davis Cup player, and finalist this time, the number 2 seed, Ashane Silva. And your other finalist in the gentlemen's singles final at the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025 is the current defending national champion, the defending SSC Open champion, Davis Cup player, and the current #1 seed in this tournament, Apna Pereira.
Could be a very well fought out finale to Davis Cup player. The aspect of qualifying with some of the top players in the circuit has given these two young ones the chance to be seen by the country, and I'm sure the final will be a lot more competitive than what would imagine. Certainly that would be the only way that the sport will get the promotion.
Yes, that's true. Both boys are young. I'm sure both of them are equally hungry for this win and looking to claim the title as the champion of this finale. So it really is down to who wants this move. Will it be Ashane or will it be Apna?
Yeah, I mean, when you just take a look at former champions here, people like Jayendra Wijesekara, Rohan De Silva, Harshana Godaman, Shamal Disanayaka, Yasita De Silva. There would have been in between Umesh Walupulle, Franklin Emmanuel, Thehan Vijayamana and Thangaraja Dinesh Kantan. When I mention these names, you realize that there have been some outstanding individuals who have come through the SSC Open, went on to represent the country, represent at the highest level of tennis, the Davis Cup regional tournaments. So it's good. That's the chair umpire Nalaka Ratnayaka with the toss. Experienced set of officials, young ones. Good to see these white badge umpires coming into the forefront.
The two boys posing along with the umpire for a picture.
I'm sure the Papare.com has been covering the SSC men and women's singles finals for the last 7 years, from what I understand. Tournament referee Shahara Medavala, Tournament Director Shamika De Silva and Aruna Seneviratna. Two former singles finalists will be on commentary, Aruna Seneviratna and Vibhuda Vijay Bandara. It will be good to see how the tennis fraternity look into the performances of those two players. Eventually, facilities of that nature. This is Ashane Silva. Slightly height advantage there. The second seed. So the two top seeds qualifying into the final has done the tournament a big success and a jurisdiction that their seeding was correct. CL Synergy are the title sponsor for the SSC Open 2025. PNS, 3G Sports, Yeti, all coming in together with Demo as co-sponsors. looking back at the tournament itself, and himself holding very fond memories, having played in 2 finals in the men's singles over the last 5 years. Warm welcome to you, Vibhuda Vijay Bandara.
A very good morning, Haritha. Thank you so much for the introduction. I just introduced the 2 players. The first seed, Apna Pereira, who's been in resounding form throughout the entirety of the past 2 years. He is the current defending champion, and of course he's facing the former 2-time defending national champion Ashen Silva. Apna Pereira was the one who dethroned Ashen Silva in last year's national championships held at the Sri Lanka Tennis Association. So these 2 are the top 2 players currently in the country. Davis Cup representatives, stalwarts in the team, definite entries into the team without any qualification. So that's how good they are currently in the tennis circuit. So alongside with me is Senuri.
Yes, thank you. So I think both of them are equally hungry for this win. It is like I said previously, down to who wants this the most. I'm sure both boys are looking forward for the rest of the day and looking to see what will happen and who will perform the best. Like we said, ladies and gentlemen, sunny conditions here at SSC as we get ready for the CL Synergy SSC Open Tournament 2025.
Yes, definitely, Senri. And a few details about the match. The match will be best of 3 sets. I know you're accustomed to best of 5 sets has been happening in the last few years, but with the recent changes in regulation, especially with regards to Davis Cup and where Sri Lanka currently stands, the organizers have decided to go with the best of 3 setters, but still the intensity will be high and a lot will be asked from the players, considering the weather. Like you said before, it's absolutely sunny, and the fact that we are here not even playing, we are under the scorching sun. My skin is burning, and to imagine what the players are going through, we are just sitting here. They're actually being active and running around and playing stuff. So it is a tough ask. They'll have to toil for their win, and these 2 have been going at each other for a long time now, almost 2 years. I think as of recent, Apna Pereira has been getting the better out of Ashen Silva, but Ashen Silva, let's not forget, he's the past 2-time national champion, so he has a thing or 2 in his locker that he can use to surprise Apna. But it is a fantastic contest.
It will be interesting to watch this rivalry go down today. So, I mean, stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, to the Papare and follow all the action that is lined up for the rest of the day.
Yes. Just a quick reminder, the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025 gentlemen's singles finals, the match referees of this valuable tournament, the tournament that kicks off the 2025 tennis season, is Shehara Madhavala, and the chair umpire in this event, the gentlemen's singles finals, is Nalaka Ratnayaka. The tournament directors, Chamika De Silva alongside Aruna Senevi Ratna. So as the players warm their serves up and get ready for the match, Senri, have you ever commentated before when it comes to tennis tournaments?
Actually, this is my first tennis tournament commentary, so it does feel good to be here. It's very nice experience for me as well. Grateful that I can actually make this my first commentary, it being such a esteemed and like prideful event. So it's nice to be here, and especially to see these 2 boys go at each other after 2 years of rivalry. So 3rd year, they always say 3rd time's the charm. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you want to start off a tennis tournament in Sri Lanka, it is definitely the SSC Open. This time CL Synergy backing them for the year 2025, because the standards here have always been the same, or they have actually improved their standards, unlike, let's just say, the other tournaments that's happening across the country, because there are financial difficulties happening across the country, not just sports and not just tennis, definitely. But the fact that SSC Open, despite these challenges, maintaining their standards and giving a proper platform for the young and up-and-coming tennis players, both girls and boys in Sri Lanka, to entertain themselves, entertain a crowd, get some experience in match play, and certainly something like this, a live event, which is a rarity in Sri Lanka sport. unless of course you are a cricketer, to some extent a rugby player. It's rare to see. As we start off the match, Ashwin Silva will be serving to start off the match. First point, Apna Pereira wins it with an unforced error by Ashwin Silva, and the score right now is love 15. That's a good rally to start of proceedings. A conservative approach, both players playing high percentage tennis towards the middle of the court. No lines chosen, and the time the player went for the line, unfortunately Ashwin Silva got the volley wrong. So again, it is a conservative start, both players trying to get the rhythm, and it's the new balls as well. It's hard to adapt to the new balls. Ashwin Silva, none of them are big servers. So the advantage for them is as soon as the ball gets older. It is the advantage. Even though Ashwin Silva does not have a big first serve, if you can get the first serve in, especially with the new balls, you can get that advantage through that kick, because the ball will travel faster through the air. Ashwin Silva, just because I said he doesn't have a big first serve, he seems to have taken it personally. That's two massive serves coming Apna's way and getting him 2 easy points, and that's a good start to Ashwin. Hopefully he can continue and get that momentum going throughout the entirety of this game.
Where the conditions aren't as easy as the boys as well. It's clearly very warm, there's sweating, it's very humid here at SSC.
Both players playing very deep. Ashwin Silva getting the better out of Apna there. You can see the height and the revolutions he's getting out of his forehand, putting Apna Pereira in trouble, because Apna is going back now. He's pushing him further back and opening up the court for himself so that he can actually put something onto the ball and get some additional spin, additional pace going on. But that itself is enough to get the point out of Apna. That time a wide serve, a very good approach to end the first game. Ashwin Silva started off the first set, and that is 1-0. 1-love actually, I forgot, I almost said football scores there. For a former tennis player, well, I don't know whether it's former or not, but still for a tennis player that is a bit embarrassing.
We all do make mistakes, but they're sports mistakes at the end of the day, so who doesn't make them?
Yeah, we learn through mistakes. That is definitely. Oh man, it's already hot. I'm already sweating here. As we see the crowd gathering, tennis players, young and old, are already at the SSC. They have some traveling difficulties, especially when it comes to getting to SSC today because of the Independence Day rehearsals. The celebrations, the rehearsals are happening across, or rather around the SSC. As usual, the Independence Day parades, different events by the Triforces and other factions of government are happening close to the Independence Square. So the traveling will be hard, but there is a crowd a crowd is already here to witness and experience such an amazing event, the gentlemen's singles finals at the SSC Open. So still Apna Pereira starts off his service game with a wide serve to Ashwin's forehand, but it was wide enough that it took Ashwin further away from the court, and Ashin really couldn't do anything about it. And that's a good serve to start the proceedings. Double fold, better to get those out of the way at the start of the match than double folding at a crucial point. So 15-all, no big harm done, but the first serve in the first point followed up by double fold is not what Apna wanted to. Preferably he would have wanted to gain some momentum out of the first point, but it is 15-all. So a good first serve followed up by 2 double faults. Ashin Silva is on have a slight opportunity is being created for him by Apna to break his serve, but we'll see what happens. It's still early times.
Apna, 2 times defending champion on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The tournament is getting heated up as much as the weather is here. So stay tuned.
Nicely put, nicely put. That time a good second serve. Apna Pereira is not faced by the fact that he did double folded twice. Good second serve towards the forehand. Gets to his forehand and opens up the court through Ashin's forehand, and nice approach as well. A positive start, aggressive start by Apna. Sam Apna already has come back from a 30-15 deficit, and now he's 40-30 up. But Sri Lankans are known to have a darker skin complexion, especially amongst the South Asian region, and you seem to be the exception though. But you do understand why we do have a darker skin complexion. Look at the likes of Apna and Ashin. It's not just today they are playing under the sun, they play under the sun every single day.
I think it'll be, in no time we'll be joining them as well as the sun shines here at the Combox.
Again, Apna trying to create something, targeting Ashin's backhand and getting a forehand shot. Should have done much better with that, but it's still early days. It's Deus in his first service game. Ashin really pushing Apna Pereira. A break here for Ashin Silva would be immense. It's an amazing way to start the proceedings, and Apna Pereira is already under pressure. And just as I said, under pressure, he comes up with a brilliant first serve. Ashin Silva, not exactly what he would have hoped, because he was a bit, not lazy per se, but a bit clumsy in that approach. But again, advantage Apna. And Apna holds. That's 1-all in the first set. Now these two players, they've come a long way in this tournament, beating the likes of young talents, more established talents. But it was the signs were there that they would meet in the finals as usual. Based on what we've seen in the past few years.
Like any game, coming to a final isn't easy. It takes a lot of hard work, training and dedication, a lot of sleepless nights, sweat and tears. So ladies and gentlemen, it's been the same for these two boys as well, and they are facing each other at this very esteemed final. So I know it's not easy given the weather conditions as well, but both boys are giving it their best.
Again, a brilliant slice by Upner. Despite both being ground stroke players, there's a different style and approach they've taken to their ground stroke play, because Ashane Silva is a more of a ripper. He actually spins the ball, gets more revolutions on the ball, and gets that height going on as well. Meanwhile, Upner, he relies on the opponent's pace. The more pace the opponent has, the more easy it is to manipulate the ball and send it towards the opponent. And he meets the ball early, tries to get those ball early, and generate some power as well. This time Ashane Silva is again very comfortable in holding his serve. 2 games in a row now on his serve, he's been very comfortable at it. Upner Pereira needs to put some pressure onto his serve, like Ashane did. Despite Ashane not winning that service game, Upner is already under somewhat of a pressure, though it is, like I said before, early times. A big kudos to the ball boys as well, ball boys and ball girls. I think this is the first time they'll be doing their jobs in the capacity of a ball boy or a ball girl. Maybe you can see some mistakes, but it is always good to see enthusiastic young kids out there. Oh, juicy shot for Ashane. He would have loved that smash, and he gets in the game 2-1. Ashane Silva. So the 2 players are holding their serve. So good signs for the players. Ashane Silva may be putting a bit more pressure on Upner's serve, but Upner Pereira hasn't been able to put that same pressure. Still, both players are ground stroke players. They rely heavily on this ground strokes, and we haven't. But having said that, we have actually seen both the players approaching the net at least 1 time, 2 times, and that just goes to show that they have that aggressive intent to start off proceedings, and that's how you should start a game. Because if you are nervous, then you tend to be conservative, and that essentially allows the opponent to get into the game and get that what you call momentum going on his way, because momentum is an important thing in any sport. And once you have the momentum, I think people say it's hard to get the momentum, but I believe it's hard to get the momentum, yes, but hold on to that momentum, that's the hardest job in any sport.
That's true, very true. As you say, in any sport it goes, whether it may be cricket, rugby, football, whatever it is, just need to keep up with that momentum, keep it going, and keep it up till the very moment, till a referee will blow that last final whistle. The same momentum is what you expect any player to have in any sport.
This time Upner Pereira serving while being 2-1 down. A fantastic return by Ashane Silva, that time meeting the ball early, hitting a nice cross court. Upner Pereira was taken by surprise, taken out of the court as well. Easy shot, opens up, no hurries, no extra pace, just nicely guides it towards that open court region. A brilliant point to start off Upner's serve. Again, this time Ashane Silva getting the returns in, forcing Upner to play that extra shot. Upner this time opting for a drop shot, but wasn't the most effective of ones, and gave up Ashane Silva the room to create something out of a juicy ball right in front of the net. So already pressure on Upner like it was in the first service game. Brilliant. That time a bit of luck there for Ashane Silva, but then again, Upner Pereira didn't get the first serve in. The second serve was in the area that Ashane wanted. He turned around a bit, made himself some room, got to it, and actually delivered a very good return that caused Upner to do something that he didn't want to do and open up the court. So again, Love 40 down, 3 break points coming Ashane's way. Yeah, went for that shot, Love 40 up Ashane Silva. So you can excuse him for going for that shot because the risk factor there is much lesser compared to, say, if the score was a 30 all or something. So again, 40-15, 2 more break points. Oh, brilliant way to finish that point and get that break in serve as well. Ashen Silva is on a roll here. You can see Apna Pereira trying to get the ball early, but Ashen's revolutions on that ball and the height he generates, it really can't bring Apna Pereira into the court. It's always pushing him back, and that actually got him that well-deserved break. So it's 3-1 to Ashen Silva. He's currently on serve, being a break up.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in, this is the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025. Stay tuned to your devices this Saturday morning as we take you across this esteemed tennis tournament.
So the onus is on Apna to break back immediately and get himself back into this game. That was a good return. Ashen Silva, no room. The ball landing right in front of the baseline. The ideal place for the player. That time again, 2 back-to-back returns. Apna Silva upping the ante here, and he's very intent in getting that break back and bringing the scores to a level, at least on serve. Unfortunate there by Ashen Silva. Had the chance, open up the court brilliantly outside through the forehand and then the backhand. But now the tables have turned. Ashen Silva is 15-40 down. Apna Pereira has 2 break point opportunities. See, this is the thing about tennis at its highest level in Sri Lanka. Just because you break someone's serve at this level doesn't guarantee you a definite lead. You have to hold your serve. Breaking serve is one part of the job. The other half is definitely holding it back immediately and get that 2-game cushion at least. And there you go. Apna Pereira breaks back immediately. And the scores right now. Ashen Silva leads 3-2. So Senri, tennis, first time commentating in a tennis match. Have you ever been to a tennis match, watched a tennis match live?
I mean, I have watched the US Opens as well, given that I have a family in the US that are very keen on following tennis. So yes, I mean, it's very interesting to be here and actually watch this as my first match here in Sri Lanka and to be here at the Combox.
Yes, any favorite players in the men's game or even the women's game?
See, tennis was actually very big. I'm from Ladies College, so I mean, I think it's fair to say we are actually fairly known for our tennis as well.
Yes, of course.
So it feels nice to be here with, I mean, zero experience of actually the game, but it's nice. I mean, I've learned a lot from you as well. You're obviously very familiar with the game, and it's very nice to hear you, you know, so smoothly commentate this match.
Thanks a lot. But no, speaking of tennis, do you have any favorite players like in the men's ATPs, the
See,
the
I
Federers and all?
wouldn't say, I wouldn't actually even know to give you an answer to that because I do not watch tennis at all. But if you were to ask me about Raga, I would be able to give an answer.
We have a Raga right here. But Serena Williams, that's a name that resonates with you? Serena Williams, heard of the name?
Yes, of course. Who hasn't?
Yes. Lucky net goal, Ashane Silva. So basically, both the players, like I said before, they aren't very reliant on a big serve. They are relying on their ground strokes. As the balls are getting older and older, it gets more fluffier. So the pace is no longer there, which means they can get some more control into the shot. You can add more spin into the shot and get the ball's revolutions going and get the kick going after the bounce, not in the air. So that's what the players want, and that's what they've gotten right now.
So I guess, like they say, it's always in the finer details.
Exactly. At this moment of time, especially at this level, it is the finer details. Ashane Silva has tried to attempt that a few times there. The serve coming to his backhand in the advantage side of the court, turning around and going that inside-in shot, a very risky shot. You have to get it deep and right on spot, because otherwise your court is open and Apna Pereira's forehand, he only has to just whip it cross court. Ashane is already in trouble. Again, a brilliant approach by Apna. I was about to say he was a bit conservative in that approach shot, but as you can see, his approach to the net was extremely fast. So he knew what he was doing. He was not trying to win the point off of that short ball. He wanted to get it into a region where he can get another ball, a juicy volley to end the point. A good lesson for young tennis players. Again, so there's the kick coming into play. A kick serve, cramping up for space, Ashane there, and the ball meeting the ball high as well. So it's very hard to control. Apna Pereira coming back beautifully into this game after his service was broken when the scores were 2-1. He was 3-1 down. Now on the verge of being 3-all. That's brilliant ground stroke play. Absolutely brilliant. Ashane Silva trying to stay in the point and make Apna force him into an unforced error actually. However, Apna Pereira was up to it. He was not going to give away his cushion that he had at 40-15, and he gets the point, the much important point, levels the score. It's 3-all. Again, Apna Pereira, the momentum is certainly in his side that time. Ashane Silva pushing him back with his slice, but Apner was equal to it. His backhands were good, cross-court and deep, forcing Ashane Silva to do something different. He definitely did, but it didn't come off well. See, that should be the strength of all Sri Lankan tennis players, especially when you're playing on clay courts. When you are serving from the ad side, you need to have a good kick serve that lands on the side of the court, the singles line, that allows you to take the opponent outside of the court and open up the court and create an opportunity there. Another time to make double faults, Ashane Silva putting himself in trouble there. But it comes as a result of the continuous pressure that's been put by Apner on Ashane throughout the entirety of the last two games. Now Ashane has the responsibility and the burden of getting good first serve in. And he certainly responds with an ace. I was just talking about the fact that how a good wide serve in the ad court can actually help you, because the advantage side of the court is where you play all the important points. When it's 40 love, when it's 40-30, when the advantage points are coming in. So you need to have a good wide serve, because that is a very conservative but an ever reliable approach in winning points.
The boys are both clearly putting that to use, as you say.
There you see the momentum shift. Those are the small things that can make the momentum go away from you and even take it to you. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to. The opponent will give you the momentum. Sometimes you just have to take the momentum as well. This time Ashane has done it. His double fault was followed up by ace and then an unforced error by Apner. And he tries to keep piling up the pressure. That was a good first serve. Untimely error, but still the pressure is on Apner, but the momentum maybe slipped away a bit. But it is an even contest right now. 3 all dues. Nothing separates them. And that's what we want as a spectator, to see a match that goes to the line. You know, it's not a predictable match. We don't know what happens till the last point. And that's what sport is. The uncertainty is what makes it exciting.
Exactly, anything is possible till that very last moment, like we said previously. So it's just down to which of these boys want it more. So yes, Apner, 2 times defending champion. Will this be, third time is the charm for him? Will that be the case?
It's 1 time defending champion for Apner.
Okay, my bad. Thank you for correcting me on that. So yes, I mean, will this be his second claim as title, and or will it be Ashane looking forward to bag this win?
Yes, Ashane, certainly that's a very good slice shot. Keeping it low, making Apner hit it up, but he really couldn't get the timing right. So advantage Ashane. If he wins this point, he'll go into the break with a lead 4-3, but still it's on serve. Damn, a good first serve, but Apner's return had enough pace to put Ashane in trouble. Ashane, the idea was good, clear, but the execution was somewhat poor in that instance. So back level. Again, Ashane going for that conservative approach of getting the serve wide and opening up the court, but Apner again equal to it. Get a good return in. Now the momentum and everything is on Apner's side. And Silva responds. Good first serve. Papare may have been a bit unfortunate, a bit unlucky to have gotten that ball beyond the lines, but again, positive play by Ashane, forcing Apner to make an error or make Apner do things that he wouldn't do. Less percentage shots. It's already a long game, so the pressure is on Ashane. Oh, that's a brilliant shot by Ashwin. All this time he's been hitting good cross-court backhand, but that time, because Apna was continuously attacking his backhand, even when the ball comes to Apna's forehand, he continued to hit those forehand down the lines. Ashwin surprised Apna with a good, deep, high backhand down the line. Apna tried to go down the line, but really didn't have room. Not a good percentage shot there. Both are striking the ball very well. We see some rallies going on there, 3, 4, 5 rallies on average, and that's something you want to see as a spectator. Good slices, good techniques, and of course good tactics as well. There you go, the points are coming Apna's way. Ashwin Silva is surviving at the moment. There you go, Apna fights back, 3-1 down. This time it's 4-3, Apna Pereira. Now, if you're just tuning in, you are tuning in to the gentlemen's singles final of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025, the gentlemen's singles finals between the number 2 seed Ashwin Silva and the number 1 seed and defending champion of this tournament, Apna Pereira. We've got a lot of exciting voices coming your way. Haritha Pereira is one of them. We've already heard him. Chamika De Silva, the tournament director, will be joining us at some point, and then also alongside him, Aruna Senaviratna, Uncle Aruna, as we call him.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in to the Papare.com, we are joining live from SSC as the SL Synergy SSC Open tournament takes place here at the Sinhalese Sports Club. Sunny conditions here. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are tuning in from home or wherever it may be, this is a reminder that you are tuned into Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Thank you, Vibhuda and Senuri. Yeah, after a very long rally, you can see that the defending champion is slowly getting back into his rhythm. Here he is, Apna Pereira, leading 4-3 now in the first set. As we are joined by a tennis legend in this country, Arjun Fernando. Welcome. Pleasure and a great opportunity. He's been a Davis Cup winner at the age of 16, if I'm not mistaken. That's a long time ago. Went on to represent the country, the highest level. Then captained as a player, then as a non-playing captain. He's been in the administration and he's been in the sports segment of administration as a national selection committee, whatnot. But seeing the action, there is no substitute to that, Arjun.
Yes, I think first I must congratulate the SSC organization committee for hosting this, and despite the weather conditions, getting the court ready. And this is actually a very good final. Quality of tennis, I must say, has improved a lot compared to a couple of years ago. So I'm very happy to see that.
Yeah. When you have the top 2 seeds qualifying for the top prize, that's what it's all about. Most of the time they've played from the baselines, but occasionally now you can see that they are rushing to the net and hitting those drop shots, which is encouraging to see.
Yes, Aritha, I think in this game, when you get that opportunity, you have to come to the net, in my view, because both are very strong from the back. But you got to take time away from the other player, and so any short ball you need to attack, and that puts a little pressure on the other player.
So Apna now turning on the heat, is using the full court to his advantage, getting right on top. I've noticed that your name doesn't come as a singles champion but as a doubles champion at the SSC Open. You never played the singles here.
I don't know. I mean, because I went to the US when I was 16, and for about 8 years I was away. So perhaps.
Yeah, his name comes up with his younger brother, Sujit, as champions. Oh, those wonderful days, Arjun. Just can reflect a little bit on some of those top games in which you were involved?
Well, I think there are quite a few Davis Cup matches which are memorable to me. Beating Pakistan #1, then winning the final tie against Taiwan. When it was 2-all.
Was it home and away or what?
No, these were both home matches.
Okay.
Away after. So yeah, Apna, Aritha, like you mentioned, is now coming in a little bit more, and not giving Ashane much time.
Yeah, he's not only rushing, he's using the court very well. You can see that Ashane is now a little bit disturbed. He's doing a little bit more running now.
Yeah.
That's the control you have on the game, the pace.
No, so this was Ashane's strength, really wearing people out, on the court. Now he's getting sort of a dose of his own medicine from Apna, and Apna is generating a little bit extra pace as well. So,
searing conditions is not easy.
Yeah.
It's taxing. Good that it's only 3 sets.
Yeah. But Ashane, can last a long time, so it's a long way off now in terms of the final result. Although Apna is a little bit ahead in terms of the current situation.
Without rushing too much, playing the waiting game, using the full court, good drop shot. Let's take a look at running around. Beautiful tennis, calculated risks, and the set is his.
And one thing I have noticed in Apna is he's really put on some muscle and worked hard on his physical aspect. So this is a good lesson for a lot of the juniors. How important the strength and the other physical training aspects.
5-3, looking to wrap up this set with this game. That's where Ashane Silva is now with the serve. Would want to stop. If he has to do it, he'll have to win his serve. Making unforced errors.
No, so this is very critical. When you're down 3-5, you must get that first point, and I think Ashane did well on that. He ensured he got a good first serve. So now the pressure is a little bit off Ashane compared to if you're down love 15.
Positioned himself bit lucky on that.
Yes.
That's how the game goes. I mentioned that you got to win your serve, your game with the serve. That's what he's got.
Yeah. So one of the things I've noticed both these players, they are going for the wide serve on the deuce court. In my view, that is a little bit risky because you then give a lot of angles to the receiver. With the surprise wide serve is fine, but I think majority should be, in my view, down the middle, where from a service point of view.
Played it wide. That's an important point for Apna. The psychological advantage of getting that point.
So Aritha, a very interesting phenomenon in tennis is they say the first 2 points up to love 30 is a giveaway. So because people
Really?
Yes, you'll be if you really analyze it. People only start playing at love 30. So
Don't tell me. I've seen enough of your matches. You just breeze through the first 2 points.
no.
Close the game up.
Yeah, no. If
I know.
my point is,
I know what you're trying to say.
if you can focus
on
to
an
get
even,
those.
even contest, yes.
Yes. So if you can focus on those first 2 points and get it, then you know because
We seldom get a chance to talk to you, Arjun, with all your skills and all your experience. For those of you who are listening, take good notice of what's being said. Good response. Good response. Played the ball very well. Used the court, the pace. Didn't try to overhit.
That's right. And he came up and hit the drive volley, but not too hard. But I think that's the thing. If you let it drop, then basically you're giving the opponent time to get back.
He's trying to close in with this game. On his serve.
Okay. So Ashane really, in my view, on that last point, I'm a firm believer when you're 40-30 up, you should get that first serve. If he had done, but he got away with a weak second serve, Apna missed it,
I mean, just imagine how do you contend with it's a very humid condition. You're playing a very fast game. How do you balance yourself up with this sort of thing?
Yeah, I think they play at this time, so you know when you're conditioning yourself for a tournament, you got to play at different times, especially when there's rain, you don't know. Now when we played Davis Cup, we had to play at 1 o'clock in the afternoon because they had to have 6 hours.
That's the very reason why I asked you. I've seen enough of you, thanks to Lalin and Aruna in office. Whenever you are playing a key game, we have always scooted out and then seen it. I remember DL Senevaratna.
Yes.
He supported us during those times, Arjun.
Yes,
And,
I think he's a gentleman we cannot forget, especially when it comes to SSC and contribution to tennis, overall as a vice president SLTA.
Yeah, I was telling about my tennis experience to Aruna before I sat with you. Suresh Sivanyanam was my batchmate, and the 2 racket players then was my classmate Ravi Kurupu. And it was fun.
Yeah.
Immediately after school too.
No, Suresh and I had a great rivalry. We played.
I know that.
We played 12 times. He won 6, I won 6.
Oh, that's even Stevens.
Yes. And actually, last year when I was in the US, I contacted Suresh. This is after almost 50 years. So it was really nice to talk to him.
It was very good. And after all that, that same flamboyance I saw in Umesh Valupulle a little bit.
Yes, Umesh, I think, was...
the flamboyance of not because he was another prep school boy. No. It's not that.
But you mustn't forget people like Rohan De Silva.
No, I was going to come back into that.
Yeah.
But with Jayendra and Rohan, we've seen them play here.
Yeah.
We've seen them play in the SAF games. Some fantastic matches.
I hope Rohan is watching from Qatar. This telecast. He sent me a text earlier. So
see, just imagine Rohan and Shalini, both champions here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Family affair. And then Harshana Godaman. I mean, he was a different league altogether during his playing days. Yeah. The Davis Cup and the Fed Cup. I mean, it's any tennis player's dream, isn't it?
It should be. And what is nice now is, Aritha, they have what we call from under 12, the similar like a junior Davis Cup or junior Fed Cup. So under 12, under 14 and under 16. So people get a chance to play in this team competition. And I think what a lot of people should realize is, although tennis is an individual sport, the team concept is very important because you need good players to improve. So you have to look.
Yeah, the team tennis contests are also fantastic. You can see some of the top names for the top countries not doing very well in that team competition.
15, 30. So there was a very good example. John McEnroe, he was number one in the world, and he said, I was number one, but I couldn't even find people to practice because the US was not a team, and at that time they had the 4 Swedes, and they were all together. So he said, while I was winning, it was okay, but when I lose, there's nobody. So that's where I think this team concept. Now see, Italy has 4 good players, like Spain had 4 good players. So always there, I think it's in batches.
Ashane has broken serve.
No, Ashane held serve. Now Apna is serving for the set, but down 15-30.
15, yeah.
Oh, that was a gift to Apna. Shouldn't have given a free point like that. Anyway.
It is one of those salient points that you're trying to work on the angles, and then you can give your opponent an opportunity, and you can probably hit too wide too.
Very true, Arita. That's something they need to sort of figure out where is the correct positioning.
Playing well within themselves, both of them. It's your ability to play the skill that is important.
Yes, I think Ashane did the right thing, didn't do anything fancy, 30 all, big point. He kept the ball in play and forced their out of Apna. So now Apna is down a break point.
It's great when you consider your ability, your focus, you prepare yourself with your strong points, your opponent's weak points. It doesn't work out that way in play.
That's another unforced error by Ashane, which is surprising.
Just before we set Arjun, there was a massive game that was played where the deuce total was there for about 5 or 6 changeovers. Deuce again.
Yes, I think you were right, Arthur. That was a crucial point because Ashane should have won that. I mean, he had a few game points, but anyway, that's tennis, So
while Apna won his points, I think Ashane lost his points. Speaking to you, I miss Lalin Senadira, the late Lalin Senadira.
I did. So funny that the other day was his daughter's
wedding. Yeah, I was told.
Yes, it was a very special day.
Played wide, played deep too.
Advantage, Pereira.
Apna pushing his opponent.
Yeah.
Is this set point for him?
Yes.
Crash to the net, took full advantage. Great comeback.
Yes.
Superb cross court.
Yeah. Very intriguing first set. Could have gone either way, but I think Apna played the big points a little bit better than Ashane. And I think Arita, one of the key things is shots Ashane missed was because they don't play regularly players of this nature or matches of this nature. So you can be the greatest player, but if you haven't hit that shot in a match situation, it can get a little tight, and that's what happened to Ashane.
Yeah, you can easily lose your rhythm. You sit up, you set up, and when it doesn't happen in the way you want it, sometimes you try to do a little bit too extra.
That's right. Exactly, and that happens a lot. If you watch like the Djokovic's all playing, even Alcaraz when he lost to Djokovic this time in the Australian Open, he had like the whole court, but you think you have to do a little bit extra because of
You mentioned the name. I saw him play at the Olympics. Boy, that was a different story. They went for a 5-setter.
Yeah.
And what a game it was. We'll take a short break and come back for the second set.
රසට රසක් හමු වෙන තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
We all love to look online at all the pretty houses for sale. But what about those truly outrageous homes? Oh, no. Now I get to see these in real life. Is this a house? And meet the people who decided to call these places home.
Would you like to see my bedroom?
Oh my gosh.
No one will hear you scream.
HGTV is getting wild.
What is this?
Homes Gone Wild. Thursdays on HGTV.
රසට රසක් හමු වෙන තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන
So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the gentlemen's singles finals of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025 between the number 2 seed Ashen Silva and the number 1 seed Apna Pereira. First set goes Apna's way 6-4. Ashen Silva is starting the second set on serve. Alongside me is Aruna Seneviratna.
Ashen did have his chances. I mean, not only did he have a break and was up 3-1, but he had many chances in the other games as well. I think it showed a little bit of not necessarily rustiness, but not being as sharp as Apna maybe. But as the game goes on, I think he will make better use of the chances, I guess.
Yeah, definitely that 3-1, that lead he got after breaking Apna's serve 40-15. He was 4 love up in that point. I think that ignited something in Apna because he's responded immediately, got the break, held on to his serve. And that's what you want and expect from the national champion right now. And Ashen Silva got dethroned by Apna Pereira actually.
So Apna also, I mean, he's generally a counterpuncher. I mean, his game is the nature of his game. And apart from that, he's like a real fighter anyway. So I suppose the best in him comes out when there's a little bit of adversity, I guess.
Yes. And the pressure is on Apna because their recent meetings, if I'm not mistaken, all have gone in Apna's way. And he's been the one who is getting the better of Ashen continuously. And not just in the first round, in the semi-finals and the finals. Because last year's SSC, he beat Ashen in the semi-finals. Last year's Nationals, he beat Ashen in the finals.
And also, Apna, for the last 2 years, the only match he has lost was a Davis Cup trial to Tehan Vichayman. So other than that, he has been winning all the tournaments and fairly comfortably. I wouldn't say entirely comfortably. There have been some matches. I mean, I think Ashen took him to 3 sets at the Colombo Championship, if I'm not mistaken. Other than that, he's been pretty much having his own way, dominating the local tournaments.
Yes, and the fact that Ashen is still hanging on, I think Ashen has the only real chance of hanging on and just being there. Not forget about winning, but being very competitive against him, because Apna has all the momentum going on his way. Because once you get into a stride and once you start winning matches and all, the confidence that you get and the familiarity that the way you familiarize yourself with the environment and that feeling of winning.
Right.
You know, it's hard to get it out of someone.
Right.
And in order to do that, someone has to do something extraordinary, and that's what Ashen should do, and what we should expect out of Ashen in order to make something out of this match.
You're very right. I mean, basically, this kind of momentum and this kind of results, what that does to you is that even on a bad day, you still believe that you can't lose. So I think thinking that you can't lose is generally much better than thinking that you can win. So even when you think you can win, you can still choke under the circumstances. But when you think that you can't lose, you just don't give in at all. So I mean, I think that is the place that Apna is in right now.
Yeah, going back to that 3-1 game, he was just breakdown, but he just continued to play the same way he played. Didn't do any changes, drastic changes, certainly no. And he came back into the game and was 5-3 up in no time after being 3-1 down.
Right. I mean, that is exactly the kind of confidence that Apna is riding on right now,
And as we watch the gentlemen's singles finals, I should mention the former national champion Shalini Pereira has just texted me saying that she's watching the live telecast at the Papare, who is actually currently giving you the live telecast of the CL Synergy SSC Open 25. Thank you. I should say thank you, Auntie, for watching in. She's been saying wonderful commentaries as well from the entire commentary team. So thank you so much. And if you're just tuning in, again, like I said before, it is a gentlemen's singles final of the CL Synergy Open SSC Open 2025. Ashen Silva and Apna Pereira win the first set 6-4, and currently they are on serve.
Thank you, Auntie Shalini, for watching the tennis as well, and say hi to Uncle Rohan as well.
Auntie Shalini, that makes you what now for me? Uncle Aruna or Puta Aruna? Trying a bit too much there.
Yeah, so I think he kind of took it a little bit too easy. Got into good position, but now he's down 3 breaks. So when you're playing a person like Ashen, it's not advisable to take your foot off the pedal at whatever stage, because he's going to be just at you, not doing too much, but doing just enough.
Again, Ashen start in the second set very strong, like he did in the first set. He might not have won that first service game of Apna, but he took it to multiple deuces, and then followed it up. The following service game of Apna, he broke him. So in this game again, 40 love up. That time a good serve by Apna under pressure. That's 2 volleys missed in the game. Not ideal for Apna. Ashen gets the break 40-15, and that's 2 love. Ashen Silva.
So it's very hot, warm today. So I'm wondering whether that is getting to Apna. Is that why he's trying to shorten the rallies by coming to net? Because most of the first set he did not elect to come to net. He came to net when there were short balls, but here the last 2 points he served and came up to net, probably wanting the rallies to be short.
Again, good start to the game. So attire-wise, I feel like Ashen's gone with the typical Sri Lankan Davis Cup player look with the Sri Lanka Davis Cup t-shirt, but I think Apna has gone for the more rebellious look, Kyrgios look, the Bulls jersey, Michael
Bulls
Jordan's
jersey,
Bulls jersey.
Yeah.
We've seen Kyrgios practicing with the Boston Celtics jersey. But it's the Apna Bulls jersey, maybe bringing in that Dream Team stuff, the Air Jordan stuff.
Yeah, Bulls. He's having the number 23. I think that's a Jordan.
And showing off to the crowd as well. Rightfully so. He is the champion. It's about time he shows off.
I think he has earned the right to do that.
Ashen Silva doing something he actually didn't do as comfortably in the first set. Holding his serve after a break. This time
Right.
40 love up. It was 40 love up whilst Upton was serving and following up by 40 love game on serve as well. That's good signs for Shane because he's going into a break this time much more comfortably if he managed to win this game.
So they say a service break is as good as you winning the serve after that. You know, so if you don't convert your serve after breaking the opponent, you have not made use of the advantage that you have got.
Yes.
So to me, I'm wondering whether what I'm seeing now is a little bit of letting up from Upner. I don't know whether it's the weather that is getting to him, because more than the shots, it was the options that he was taking that was concerning. So I don't know. It could be that, or it could be that he's just taken the foot off the pedal for a little while.
Yeah, it is a tough ask because us here, even in the shade, us as commentators, we are feeling the heat.
Right.
It burns our skin.
Yeah.
And whilst us being stationary, if we feel like that, them being constantly moving, I mean, when you're constantly moving, the cool air that generates out of it, you just feel the cool air because you're sweating and they are hitting you. You just feel a bit of a coldness.
Right.
You might not burn, but when they when they become stationary, they do actually feel the burn. The skin burns, but then it drains. The sun actually, it's not just burning. In Sri Lanka, the conditions are very humid as well.
Right.
So it gets every single liquid out of you. And I myself know this very much.
Yeah, I can remember. I mean, you were the king of cramps. I mean, the time that you were in the Davis Cup team, it was like a huge concern. The problem was when were you going to get cramps, not whether you would get cramps.
Not if, it's a matter of when. Yes, definitely. No, it's about what I realized was it's about preparation. But of course, in my case, there are other concerns as well. But in a normal person, it's about preparation, not just 2 hours before, a couple of days before.
Even Arjun, I can remember during his playing days, I mean, he was prone to cramps. I mean, he would get cramps pretty much every time he played a best of 5-set match.
Mm-hmm. And yes, and this is, I guess, I mean, the conditions are more humid, I guess, compared to 10-20 years ago. Definitely
Without
humid.
a doubt,
Because
yes.
even us, as we grew up, we kind of felt it as well. Because as youngsters, especially when you're playing Nuvar earlier, in April, those days it was cold, but as we grew up, you really didn't feel any cold year after year. See,
So I suppose to a large extent also it depends on the person's body composition, I guess. During my playing times, I never got cramps at all. But then Arjun and the others used to say that that's because I don't exert at all. So, I mean...
But you can see none of them have changed their t-shirts, if I'm not mistaken. Unless, of course, they change into the same t-shirt.
I think I saw
must,
Ashane. Yeah, I think
yes.
Ashane did change his shirt, but I'm not too sure about.
But from the looks of it, they don't seem to be like the kind of players, or they don't have that body where they let out a lot of sweat.
Right.
Because at this point, when I used to play, not just me, a lot of players, the likes of, for example, Dinesh Kant and Thangaraja, they used to play. They used to sweat a lot.
Right.
And the balls, you can't play balls. You can't even put the balls in the pocket because then the umpires will be complaining, saying that I'm ruining the balls. And rightfully so, because the ball change happens in the third set.
Right.
If we go into a third set. And speaking of balls, I think right now both are in a very comfortable zone. The balls are not new.
Yeah, so I mean, it was very appropriate that you were talking about the ball and the ball fell off his pocket.
Exactly. And you see, his shots are very sweaty, very moist.
Right.
And that's not good for the balls if, for example, say you are a big server.
Right.
And you see your opponent sweating and the ball going into their pocket, it gets moist, and as soon as you hit the next ball, the ball gets extremely fluffy.
Yeah.
And the ball gets slow, the travel.
So the effect of the serve is going to be that much less, yeah.
But these two players are not heavily reliant on a big serve, they are ground strokes players.
Right.
Upner, of course, he does rely on meeting the ball early and getting it done. Ashane, on the other hand, more revs on the ball, more height, getting more spin and getting that opponent much deeper in the court.
So Ashane plays a game where he relies a lot on opening up the court with slicers, but doesn't necessarily make use of opening up the court, because I mean he does come up net, but not as often to exploit the openings he creates. So that was almost like a huge misjudgment by Upner, but luckily for him the ball went out over the sideline.
Again, the pressure is on Apna this time. He hasn't started the second set well, like you said before. Maybe the conditions and the intensity of the match is creeping up on him, because he is currently 30-15 down on serve, having already lost the serve, and the game set score is 3-love. And just as I said, that double fault.
Yeah, and now it's 15-40, two break points again.
And the games and the points seems to be going much faster compared to the first set.
Right.
Maybe
right.
they must have exhausted their energy in the first set or given a bit too much.
I think that definitely is a factor. So how best you manage the energy that you have with you will kind of determine how they fare as the game goes on. Because at the moment it looks like, no, I mean, I shouldn't be talking too soon, because even Ashen is kind of making unforced errors. I mean, that wasn't...
But I feel that's like his thing. It hasn't come off of yet, but every time he's 40-love or 40-15 up, he does tend to go for that extraordinary shot. Not extraordinary per se, but with that extra power.
Right.
So he just had to take that risk.
So basically, by doing that, what happens is you're getting the opponent back into the game, you know,
Exactly.
which probably is a bit unnecessary, I guess.
But he does that when he has some room, actually.
True,
40-15, 40-love up. But 40-15 at that point was a bit risky compared to a 40-love up game. This that
excellent
was
drop shot,
brilliant.
yeah.
40-30 down on serve, 3-love down to come up with that. That
Right.
was superb. Yeah, Apna was taking a very conservative approach, but to come up with that to win the point.
So basically, that came out of the blue. I mean, like, I don't
Yes.
think it was, building up to that at all.
Oh, do you
But-
think it was tiredness as well?
No. What I mean is, like, it was like such a surprise
Yes.
move that even Ashen wasn't too far behind the baseline, but he couldn't reach it. So
They both of them don't want to reach those unnecessary balls
Right.
and exert, just waste the energy, because the battery levels seem to be low on both players.
So the other thing about matches that start in the morning is that as the game goes on, the sun gets stronger. Whereas like the afternoon matches, even if you start at 2, as the game goes on, the sun gets less in its intensity. So morning matches, the way you approach it is quite different to how you would approach an afternoon match.
So basically the benefit will be on the women's singles, because they'll be starting late.
They'll be starting late, and the intensity will become less as the game goes on.
It's a brilliant return by Ashen Silva. One-legged cross-court, rightfully so, because it was a soft second serve by Apna Pereira.
He made good use of it and got on top of the ball and slammed that backhand cross-court winner.
Oh, that's brilliant. Perfect tactics at that point as well.
So I think it's very important for Apna that he wins this game and stays in contention in the second set, because if he wins this game, he's still only 1 service break away. But if he's down 2 service breaks, I mean, it's a big hill for him to climb.
And that's a great hold as well. And even if he doesn't win the second set, he has to make sure that he is in the game. He cannot
Right,
let the
exactly.
points just flow Ashen's direction, so he can win a set 6-love or 6-1, so that he'll have the momentum going into the third set. You have to be with the opponent, despite you can lose a set.
Right.
You have that room, because it's a best of 3 setter.
And you have won the first set. So, I mean,
Exactly.
good. But the thing is, like you said, I mean, if you lose the second set too easily, then you're giving not only the momentum to Ashen, but Ashen wouldn't have spent too much energy getting that momentum also, So staying in touch and going close is very important for Apna right now.
At least get your strokes in, make Ashen do the things that he doesn't normally do.
Right.
Create those points and go for those attacking shots. Apna just has to stay in the game. Just like that. A deep shot, loopy shot. Ashen
So
Silva.
this is probably where the confidence that Apna has may come in, because I mean, like I told you earlier, I mean, he has this belief that he can't lose. So even if he's 3-love down, he thinks that it's just 1 break away. Whereas that confidence that he has might work on Ashen as well,
See there, Ashen trying to do things that he shouldn't be doing or he wouldn't be doing usually.
Right, right.
And there you go, one game in, he was one break down, now he's 30 love up.
Yeah,
Obviously.
he was on the verge of having a 2-break lead and
Exactly.
like, probably would have gone away with the second set, but now he's opened the door and Apne is kind of, barging in.
Yeah, it's just a matter of those small things. Just the one
Right,
game can change
right.
everything. And you can see the momentum is clearly shifted towards Apne. And there comes the
Yeah.
double fault.
Right, right.
3 break points to Apne to get
And
back
again,
into this.
now already see a little spring in the step of Apna's as he moves on to the ad court to return.
Adrenaline is
40,
pumping
yes.
again, the battery is charging. I mean, if you really think about it, if in Formula 1 terms, you've gotten into the DRS, you've been charging your battery, and then now you've gotten into the DRS range within the 1 second, and now the flaps open, the rear wing is opening up. Now you're going for those overtakes. So that's the sort of momentum you have, and you can see that in any sport. Obviously, Formula 1 car is machine operated, and tennis is more human. But it's about those consumption. Energy levels are very important.
Right.
And even a car has to conserve energy. So, human terms, humans also have to conserve, and that's exactly what Apne's done. Now they're back.
And
on
also,
to-
even in, the example you gave was like perfect, although it's you're talking about a machine as
Yes.
against a person. The fact that opening is there gives you the opportunity of trying to take the opening, and psychologically that gives you the feeling that you're on top. basically.
Exactly.
Although you're just trying to catch up from behind, you still get the feeling that you're on top because you have an opening that you are able to make use of. So even in tennis, it's like that. Apne was down 3-1 here, but still when it was 15-30, you suddenly could see that Apne was the one who was making all the moves,
And he was pumping himself up, getting himself into the game. Tennis, you play alone.
Right.
Formula 1, you have engineers in your ear,
Right.
you have so many mechanics building on your car and stuff. But if you consider tennis, again, if I make an example, make reference to a football game, in a 4-4-3 system in football, 4-3-3 system, my apologies, you have 4 defenders, 3 midfielders, 3 attackers. 4 defenders to defend, 3 midfielders to dictate the play, 3 attackers to score goals.
Right.
In tennis, 4 defenders, but 4 defenders have to do. Apne and Ashen have to do individually. What the midfielders have to do, dictate the play, keep the point going.
So basically, it's what you bring on at various times that will define the number
Exactly.
of defenders and number of attackers you have in your game,
No,
right?
And also what 11 players do on a pitch in a tennis match,
Right,
just one
right.
player has to do it.
Yeah.
You can't be only an aggressive player without those ground strokes and defense. You have to have that defense as well. Both these players are very good, very sound when it comes to their baseline play.
So Apne has clawed himself back from love 3 and 2 break points down to be serving at 2-3, and he started off pretty well, 15 love, so he's well on track to be on even terms with Ashen.
Yeah, riding on that momentum, getting
Right.
those easy points. And that's rightfully so, because if Apna comes to the net, Ashen has to do something different.
Right,
something
definitely.
more.
Yes.
That takes
And also
more
now
energy.
what's happening is Ashen sees Apna coming into the net not as a desperate move but as a dominant move. Whereas
Exactly.
earlier it was more like he would have felt that Apna was desperate and was coming to net. So that is what momentum shifts cause in the minds of players.
Yeah, and the confidence that he's built
Exactly.
throughout the last 2 years. See, Ashen is making some careless
Right.
mistakes there. An uncharacteristic slice. Should have been cross court, he just went towards probably the down the line region. But yes, see, there's no sense of nervousness in Apna. He has a real belief going on in his system, and it's rightfully so. He's riding high on that belief. There you go.
So now it looks like that break points that Ashen had at 3 love and not clinching them was like game changing to me.
And 40 love, Apna on serve to level things up, and he
He does it in style with the ace, and it's 3-all.
So all square, but the momentum, I mean the score might say it's 3-all, but Apna is on a next level right now. He's on a high. Ashen Silva has to claw himself back into this game right now,
So it's,
especially with
the
this
second
service
set
game.
is very evenly poised at 3-all on the scoreboard, but on court I feel that the momentum has shifted from Ashen to Apna, 3-all, and now Ashen serving, a very important game for him to stay in contention.
And we see a repeat of the first set as well.
Right.
Loses serve and then comes back, close himself back into the game, and has all the momentum going in. That's 4 unforced errors in a row for Ashen.
So I think Apna must be really very happy about the fact that he didn't have to put too much effort to get back into the game, because I think it had been like a complete meltdown, so to say, by Ashen.
And Apna knows it as well. His match awareness is so good. He knows exactly what Ashen is going through. That's 5 in a row.
Yeah,
and he's just putting the ball in right now. He's not trying to do anything. He's not trying to give any opportunities for Ashen. He's telling Ashen, look man, if you want to win points, do it your way.
Right.
Make things happen. I'm not going to give you anything. I'm just going to be stable and solid as a rock.
Right, you can see that most of the shots that Apna is hitting now is like at least 2 or 3 feet from the sidelines or the baseline, you know.
Was Ashen is consistently targeting those lines.
Yeah.
And now that's 6 in a row. That's the net.
6 in a row, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
You can see the frustration in Ashen. Here comes the mental game. Apna, there's no emotion there whatsoever.
Right.
Ashen, he's already frustrated, losing a lot of points in a row, going for first serves, a bit too much with too much effort. There you go. And
Another double fault. So I think it has pretty much everything to do with the body language that Apna sends out, showing that, you know, I'm not going to lose. And that is kind of telling on Ashen, you know. So Ashen, I think he was playing pretty good tennis in the first set and beginning of the second set. But I think it's the mental thing that is...
Exactly, speaking of mental, the psychological effect. You know, when Ashen was up, it looked as if Apna was tired. Now Apna is up. Now Apna doesn't look tired at all.
No,
Ashen looks tired. So it's a matter of just 2-3 games. Everything just turns around.
Right.
It's fascinating that someone who is tired turns out not to be tired after getting up and after
Very interesting
playing
observation, yeah, because I mean, right beginning of the second set, it really looked to me as though Apna was struggling, but now the roles are reversed.
Yeah, so they have to hydrate themselves. Ashen has to give himself some time, take it slow, be more conservative in his approach, and because Apna's not, I have played him many times in my life. At this time, he'll not do anything rash. He'll not do anything special. He'll just play the basics. Across court is across court.
What you're saying is that he will play the percentages now
Exactly.
and ensure that he will consolidate on the gains that he has made, right?
If he wants to play across court, he'll hit across court. He'll go down the line when he's absolutely sure it is the right option. So the percentage game is in play here, and Apna is very, very good at it, especially
So because
in
we
this
could see that when he broke Ashen in the last game, he didn't go for the lines, he didn't go for any big winners or anything. He was just putting the ball in, knowing that it was just a matter of time before Ashen made the mistake, and it did happen, you know?
And that's the awareness he has, because he knows Ashen is in trouble. The onus is on him to do something. He doesn't have to do anything, and he rightfully does not do anything. See, normal serves, percentage serves wide. Ashen Silva, maybe not the shot he would have played at the start of the match, just hammering down the line, trying to make sure that he gets a winner out of nowhere.
Right.
But he would have at least made up a play.
So you can see even the serves that Apna is putting now, I mean, he's not going for low percentage big serves, he's just putting the ball in, basically knowing that that's all that is needed.
Exactly. They are very conservative. So see, good point by Ashen, but as you see, like I said before, he's not going for the lines. He'll just keep the ball in.
Exactly, and so that was like a point won by Ashen after I think 9 consecutive wins by Apna.
And Ashen had to work hard for it.
Very
Apna
hard
didn't
for
win
it.
those 9 points working hard.
No.
He won those points because of Ashen's mistakes. So that's the psychological game and the mentality of a winner, knowing what to do and when to do it.
Right. Oh, that's a double fall from Apna, so...
Yeah, it's funny. 1 point can change a lot. Ashen did work hard for that previous point. We have to tell that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
that's true.
And he got his reward there. A small lead, very small lead, but something he definitely would have wanted.
See, you can see the approach to the game changing the minute he became 15-30. So now suddenly he was going for a little bit more on his serve.
He's trying
Whereas
to do
earlier at
something.
15 love, he was just putting the ball in only, which was what was necessary. So the thinking of a player can change so much, and like very soon the game and the momentum would change accordingly as well.
That's
Very
brilliant.
well played
brilliant.
point. I mean, he covered the angles very well. I mean, he didn't rush in too early. Although it's a little bit risky normally to come to net after a cross-court approach shot, I think he covered the angles very well.
And we were speaking about machine and human, that you can see the humanness. Even not just Apna Pereira, you even take Novak Djokovic. Maybe he has the best mentality in tennis out there. But even
of the
him,
ball, yeah.
he can make some mistakes.
Right.
His mentality can drop.
Yeah,
it's
a very
about coming
fascinating
back
thing,
up.
you know. I mean,
I think Apna Pereira right now is the Sri Lankan equivalent of Yannick Sinner, what he's doing in tour.
Yes.
No one can beat Yannick Sinner
right. I mean,
on tour.
I think Yannick Sinner is more than the tennis. I mean, he's extremely strong mentally.
Exactly.
And also he's the kind of player whose level doesn't vary much at all. You know, I mean, he will play 5% band up or down above his optimum playing level. Whereas players like Alcaraz and all that varies quite a lot, you know.
The Alcaraz, he just performs well. Again, that time comes back 30-15 down. The momentum gets it back, make sure that it didn't go completely towards Ashin, and gets that break. And now he is on the verge of winning this second set. And
that
the match.
last point, Ashin came up with a fairly decent return, which was dug out by Apna and returned, and Ashin didn't make an attempt to run to the open court. So I'm wondering whether in his mind he's kind of given up. So 5 games in a row is not very easy to take.
That's a good observation. 5 games in a row. 3 love down, up. Now 5-3 down, Ashin. See, even those half shots are going in, and Ashin is like, okay.
Yeah, so Apna is pretty much in control now. I think it has everything to do with the fact that he believes that he can't lose.
Yes.
And I think he has made Ashin realize that as well.
And true winner's mentality as well, coming
Exactly,
back down,
exactly.
coming back from being 3 love down. And now he almost has one hand on the
down
trophy.
and like 2 breaks down in the fourth
Exactly.
game as well, you know. So on the verge of being 4 love down.
See, he's trying to just put the ball in, not
That's
do
all
much.
what he's trying to do, because he knows that that is all that is necessary right
Yeah,
now.
at this point of time, considering the circumstances, that's exactly what is needed out of him. And Ashin Silva has to do something. He has to be consistent, at least make Apna Pereira win those points, as opposed to giving those points to him.
I think it's a lot in the mind. I mean, Ashin has to start believing that, whatever that got him to 3 love up,
yes,
he is capable of getting it out, and he is capable of getting back into the game.
There, the smart play by Apna. The return was slow, but very effective because of the angle. And he does that because he knows Ashin is tired. He can make Ashin run that extra few steps. Now Ashin is already tired after that serve and that first return.
And getting him to run round the backhand.
Exactly.
And his forehand was, I think that was very smart as well.
Very smart.
I didn't realize that straight away, but when you said that, it made perfect sense.
No, when you see it for the first time, you might think, okay, that's one out of something, out of the blue. But when you played him, you have a sense of realization. He does that consistently.
So
He has a
that was
good.
That was a match point saved by Ashin. No, not a match point. It was 15-30 to 30 also.
Ashin, you see, he wants that first serve to go in, wants that extra free point.
And you really can see that the unforced errors have been continuing unabated. I mean, like, far too many to challenge a person who's in form like Apna.
Exactly, and just like that, when you're 3 love down.
So it's match point, the first match point to Apna?
Yes. Flip of a coin, you're 5-3 up and a match point coming your way whilst returning.
So
you go.
that's game, set and match to Apna. 6-4, 6-3.
An absolutely brilliant display of tennis. The first set was so competitive, such a wonderful thing to watch. Second set started off good. Ashin Pereira had going things his way, but Apna Pereira, you see the champion's mentality there.
Right.
A fantastic win for the top seed, and he wins the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025, the gentlemen's singles winner, ladies and gentlemen. Your top seed of the tournament, the defending champion, and now two-time champion in a row, Apna Pereira.
Excellent win by Apna. I think the first set was brilliant, and even the second set, I mean, the way Apna came back into the game was very impressive indeed.
Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, that was it for the gentlemen's singles finals of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025. I'm Vibhudu Vijay Bandar. Alongside me was the commentators Haritha Pereira, Senuri. I will get her surname, but don't worry. Senuri Premaratna. And alongside me right now was Aruna Seramiratna. And thank you for every single one of you for joining in with us. That was gentlemen's singles finals between Apna Pereira and Ashin Silva. Apna Pereira coming off as the victor and the champion of the SSC Open 2025 after beating Ashin Silva 6-4, 6-3 in straight sets. Stay tuned as we move on to the women's singles finals. The two players are already here, and we'll be coming back to you after a short break.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙන තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
We all love to look online at all the pretty houses for sale. But what about those truly outrageous homes? Oh, no. Now I get to see these in real life. Is this a house? And meet the people who decided to call these places home.
Would you like to see my bedroom?
Oh my gosh.
No one will hear you scream.
HGTV is getting wild.
What is this?
Homes Gone Wild. Thursdays on HGTV.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙන තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Alex Guarnaschelli will stop at nothing.
She's bringing her A game
to beat chefs.
Here we go.
From across the country.
I don't care who's out there. I don't care what I'm cooking. We're going.
Alex versus America. Sundays on Food Network.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
We all love to look online at truly outrageous homes.
Oh, no.
Now I get to see these in real life.
What is this?
Homes Gone Wild. Thursdays on HGTV.
CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙනා තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
We all love to look online at all the pretty houses for sale. But what about those truly outrageous homes? Oh, no. Now I get to see these in real life. Is this a house? And meet the people who decided to call these places home.
Would you like to see my bedroom?
Oh my gosh.
No one will hear you scream.
HGTV is getting wild.
What is this?
Homes Gone Wild. Thursdays on HGTV.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙනා තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Alex Guarnaschelli will stop at nothing
She's bringing her A game.
to beat chefs
Here we go.
from across the country.
I don't care who's out there. I don't care what I'm cooking. We're going.
Alex versus America. Sundays on Food Network.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
We all love to look online at truly outrageous homes.
Oh, no.
Now I get to see these in real life.
What is this?
Homes Gone Wild. Thursdays on HGTV.
CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Very good afternoon and welcome back to the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. We are tuning in from SSC as the CL Synergy SSC Open tournament takes place here. Sunny conditions, and we have just concluded the men's finals with women's finals taking place right now. The toss is in play at the moment. Akisha and Oneli are two women's finalists.
They've had a decent progress into the final. We'll look into that. Top seed Rukshika Veerasekara was beaten by Akisha Silva 2-1. in the quarters. Then Tuvini Dialvis lost to Gyansa Metnadi 2-love. Venuli Jayasinghe lost to Oneli Samaravikrama 2-0. And then Inuku Jayavira beat Gitmi Fernando 2-0 in the quarters. So Oneli Samaravikrama went on to meet Inuku Jayavira 2-1. And Akisha Silva beat Gyansa Metnadi 2-1 in the semis, on their way to this final. Top seed knocked out in the quarters, and the defending champion not playing because of examinations. These are two very young players, but the future of women's tennis in the country, Sanri.
It's nice to see such young talent grow in Sri Lanka as well. We know that it's not easy, nothing comes easy, as we say, and a lot of hard work and dedication goes into this, especially being such young players. It's not easy to balance school along with a sport this competitive.
Yeah, they played till very late yesterday in the semi-final stage. So, slightly
Akisha De Silva on screen, ladies and gentlemen, very focused and looking to claim the title of champion in this women's final.
I think she's unseeded as against Oneli Samaravikrama, who's had a little bit better exposure at the junior level. Billie Jean King participation for both of them, which means that they've tested a little bit of the professional tennis circuit. Sarangan Jayachandran is the chair umpire. Shihara Madavala, match referee, the tournament referee. The tournament directors Chamika De Silva and Aruna Seneviratne.
Support
SSC Tennis there, the man in charge of SSC Tennis, Asir Iddamalkota, former national player. Aruna Seneviratne is the one in the cap. Next to him in the cap with the glasses is Shamika De Silva. They are the two tournament directors. Aruna has been a finalist here. He's been a Davis Cup player in the past.
Support for both players in the stands, as we see, ladies and gentlemen. Conditions here at SSC are quite warm, I would say, but despite all of that, the support that they need is here and there to guide them right throughout the matches.
I was talking to Asir, that's the match
CL Synergy SSC Open 2025 ladies finals round match. This match will be played best of 3 tie-break sets. To the left of the chair, from Sri Lanka, Akisha Silva. To the right of the chair, from Sri Lanka, Oneli Samaravikrama. Akisha Silva won the toss, chose to serve, receive.
So that's interesting. Having won the toss, you're keen to receive.
1 minute.
CL Synergy, the title sponsor, co-sponsors for this tournament, PNS, 3G Sport, Yeti and Demo. I'm sure Asiri Damalkoda is keen to get lights at the SSC, and then you can have more matches played away from the searing heat. It's a good thing. The cricket will get lights, so why not the tennis get lights too? SSC team sport, very powerful. Apart from cricket, they got badminton and squash. Tennis is a major part in that too. An A-grade tournament since 2001 and one of the most popular and eagerly participated tournaments in this country.
End of warm-up.
The warm-up has just ended, ladies and gentlemen.
All the balls should be on this side. She's okay. So pass all the balls on this side. Angelo.
Still warm. It's not searing heat, but still warm.
I think it's fair to say weather conditions are slightly better than what it was during the men's finals.
Yeah, what a second set that was. He was love 3 down and then went on to win 6 in a row for a straight sets victory. 6-3 after winning the first one, 6-4 against Achen Silva. Apna Pereira, defending champion. Great comeback. Really bore down his opponent mentally and physically during the latter stages of that second set.
First set. Samara Vikrama to serve. Ready?
Ladies final,
Play.
singles final. SSC Open 2025.
Samara Vikrama getting ready to serve.
15 love.
Very gingerly serve. Just to get a hang of it. It's a good situation to be awarded the first serve and then hold serve.
Third love.
Yeah. Unforced errors on the part of Akesha.
Send the ball back, send the ball back, send the ball back.
You wouldn't probably see that explosive, aggressive play from these two very young players. Good cross-court play.
Hot. Forward love.
Hitting it back and just going too far. So Akesha is trying to play and create the angles rather than playing it straight down.
40, 50.
The first point of the game for Oneli Samarakramasi, she would be happy, or rather Akesha Silva, she would be happy. Trying to get this first serve in, that's a key aspect of creating the pressure and sustaining it.
Game. Samara Vikrama. First game. First set.
Didn't have to sweat too much based on unforced errors of her partner. She's won that first game quite comfortably. Only Samara Vikrama. Now Akesha Silva will be under pressure to hold her serve. To hold her serve, Akesha Silva will have to play well within herself and not create too much of an opportunity for her partner to return serve and indeed get the mental advantage, the two-game lead very early on.
Silva to serve.
There were over 800 entries, I was told, and the estimation is that over 500 participated in this SSC Open.
I think that just goes to show what an esteemed event this is and how many people actually look forward to it. So for these two finalists to be here, I'm sure it's a great sense of gratitude, and just to be here must be an amazing feeling.
So Akisha is trying to hold serve now. That's what she had to be doing. Still very nervous, very tentative, both players. A little bit of a gust of a wind. She noted it, Akisha.
Up. 40 love.
Going too deep only.
Let first up.
Hopefully not looking for a double fault.
Forty, 50.
Exactly what I was trying to tell. Good for confidence for Nili Samarikrama. She went for the angles, and the return of serve was also in that same context.
Game. Silva. Baby. Fall. Out. Game. Silva.
So one each.
One
The
game
first
solve.
set.
First set.
So both players have held serve. So good to see that they've now got a chance to experience both victory and defeat as far as the games are concerned. They should now work on their opponent's game much more often.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining me back in the comm box, we have Vibhuda back online with us. Welcome back, Vibhuda.
Hello and good afternoon. It is the ladies singles finals of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025 between Akisha Silva and Onili Samaravikrama. Good movement there by Akisha. Interesting story
Now
about
15.
Interesting story about Akisha is that she's unseeded in this tournament, and the fact that she's been able to make it this far, beating all the seeded players that have been on her way, is an astounding feat. And for her to experience this final play in tournaments, especially women's tournaments, the Open tournaments, because if you look at it, Akisha is, if I'm not mistaken, 16 years old. She's currently in the Junior Billie Jean Cup team. Oneli, on the other hand, was in the Junior Billie Jean Cup team last year.
So it's very young talent that we're currently seeing on court.
Now, if you were to compare the two matches, the men's singles, the gentlemen's singles, now the ladies singles, you might see that the pace is a bit less. But don't get me wrong, the intensity is still there. It's just a different kind of game. You can, even though it's men's tennis and women's tennis, at the end of the day, the two things, if you look at the WTA tour and the ATP tour, they're almost like two sports because how they approach the game and how they approach the sport. If you look at Serena Williams, her playing style is completely different to that of a men's tennis player. Actually, Serena is the closest when it comes to a men's tennis player. If you look at the likes of the current tennis players in the WTA tour like Iga Swiatek, Rybakina, Ariana Sabalenka, all those players are quite different. Their approach and the game style is quite different to that of a men's tennis player because they are utilizing their own strengths, which is different if you look at the men's body and the women's body. But at the end of the day, if you really look at it, it's exciting tennis. It's just see a completely different, it's like completely different genre of tennis. But at the end of the day, it's exciting for the sport, and that's what we all want to see. We all want to see good, intense tennis. We want to see competitive tennis, and hopefully these two players, Akisha Silva and Oneli Samaravikram, can deliver because they are live across the world. Not just the spectators who have gathered here, the players who've gathered here, their parents who are gathered here are watching this match. The former players will be watching it online. Players from across the world. One or two from. Now, I just got a call from Shalini Pereira. Actually, a message from Shalini Pereira, who was a former national champion. She was watching the live telecast. She's in Qatar right now. So there's live coverage across the globe, and they are playing in front of them. And this is a big occasion for them. And the fact that the CL Synergy SSC Open Tennis Tournament has given them that platform and the foundation for them to shine is actually commendable and should be acknowledged.
I think it just goes to show the weight of this tournament and how, you can actually start off small, like you said. I believe, like you said, Akisha is just 16 years old, so starting off so young and having a very bright future in tennis ahead of her, this is just the start.
Yes, it's 2-1 right now. Akisha on the lead. Speaking of Oneli, last night she was playing her semi-finals against Inuki Jayavira. She was the second-seeded player in this tournament, and she ended up beating Inuki Jayavira. She lost the first set 6-1, was down at least 2 match points in the second set, but she came back, won that second set. My apologies. Won that second set and eventually won the match because Inuki just couldn't hold on to that third set. And that just goes to show, right? If you just hold on and fight, like you saw with Apna. Second set, he was 3-love down. Won the second set 6-3. First set, he was 3-1 down. Won the first set 6-4. It just changes things. You just have to approach the game with a winning mentality and make sure that you never lose until you actually lose the match.
So I think, like we said before, having that exact same momentum from the start right up to the very end is very, very important and does make a huge difference.
So Akisha will be serving. She's 2-1 up already. A break up. Another interesting thing is that these two players won't be relying. Now, I said Ashen and Apna won't be relying on their serve much. They will be relying on their service game, but they won't be relying on a strong, flat, full-on pace serve. These two girls will be relying even more on the ground stroke. So the fact that Akisha is 2-1 up and right now she's serving, that means she's a break up, won't necessarily mean that big of an advantage if you were to compare with the previous match. So it's still open, very wide open. See, 15 all. All the points are going through their ground stroke. Akisha, she needs to get her first serves in. Percentages has to increase. Then only she can be comfortable and she can rely on her service game. Because if you really look at it in tennis, the one who starts the point is the server. That's why the server will always have an advantage when they're serving that particular game. 15, and double force like that will not help her, definitely. Oneli right now 30-15 to her side. She's 30-15 up, and Akisha has to be much more consistent in her serve, and she was playing absolutely brilliant. Last night I saw her play a few points and absolutely brilliant. It was a long, tight match, and might not have gone for 3 sets, but it was a very tight match, and it shows character to be able to come out as a victor in a tight match. And you see, it's going down. It looks like it will go down to the wire. Hopefully, we can see a good match. Right now it's 2-1, 30 all. So, what do you think about women's sport in Sri Lanka? Now, these are two young tennis players, 16 and 17 years respectively. And what is the state? Because we see Sri Lanka cricket improving as well. Sri Lanka cricket, the ladies are doing fantastic. Chamari Atapattu's name
Amazing, I would say.
Has to be mentioned.
See, I think the exposure is so much more compared to what it was, I would say, maybe just 8 to 10 years back. We see a lot of women in men's sport, a lot of women in men's action, and it's incredible to see the exposure with females are getting overall sports, everything. And it's nice to see because you actually see performance and a lot of promises coming from them. It's not just a blank performance, whereas they actually perform. So it's nice to see performance and promises coming together, which is something you would expect from both genders. But I mean, it does come across from both, but seeing it coming across from like women, especially, you know, given that we don't have much exposure as men do. I mean, it's not ideally the conditions we like, but we also do see it now becoming a more regular practice. So I think that's very nice as well.
No, you see a lot of breakthroughs happening now. Now, if you look at cricket, like Sri Lankans, we all love cricket, even though, well, the performances are not reflecting our aspirations or our love and passion for the sport. Right now, we are getting battered by Australia. Sri Lanka already batting in second innings after Australia scoring 600 plus runs. Sri Lanka all out for 165. But having said that, women's cricket in Sri Lanka in particular has been making some significant strides. The under-19 girls beat Australia in the Super Sixes in the recent under-19 World Cup. And it has come to an extent, right? Now, when we say cricket, we always refer it to what the men's sport. So when it's the women's sport, it's the women's cricket team.
Yes.
So it is not there, but it is almost coming to a point that, you know, cricket is not just men's cricket. Cricket is men's and women's. So if you want to distinguish between the two, it has to be men's cricket and women's cricket, not cricket and women's cricket. And it is getting there. And it's good to see because it's always lovely to see young girls being involved in sport and involved in activities, outdoor activities, because they are encouraged now. They have their role models who are women. You know, as opposed to, you know, everybody likes Roger Federer, everybody likes a Rafael Nadal or a Michael Jordan, Ronaldo, Messi, everybody loves them. But for the fact that a girl has a role model, inspirational role model, such as Serena Williams, if you look at football, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Arsenal captain Leah, she was also inspirational. I know, I am a Manchester United fan, a huge Manchester United fan football, hugely biased towards them, partly delusional as well. But that's what happens when you are a sports fan. But the thing is, I know the women's team as well as the men's team, and that goes to show the strides they've made in the sport. And right now, Oneli, let's get back into the tennis, of course. Oneli Samar Vikrama, she's on serve, 40-15 down. That's a good first serve wide. As I told you before, right? The service game, the holding it and not holding it, does not matter as much in the women's sport in Sri Lanka as it is in the men's sport. But because they are reliant on the ground stroke, and a ground stroke player, their point starts in the return. Their returns are so good, sometimes even better in comparison to the men's sport. Again, two good serves. 40-15 down on serve. Two good serves make it deuce. And that's what you want to see from these players. They've toiled their way into the finals. These are not the top seeds. In the men's singles, you saw the top seed and the second seed fight it out till the end. Oneli is a third seed. Akisha is unseeded. Rukshika, right now she's Rukshika Veerasekara. She lost. Inuki Jayavira was the bottom seed. She lost in the semi-finals. Rukshika Veerasekara is a former champion of the SSC tournament. Inuki Jayavira is making strides in the junior circuit. Even in the junior levels, these two aren't top-ranked players in their respective age categories. But they've defeated a lot of players to get here. That goes to show the resilience and the character they've developed by playing so many matches.
I believe we were informed before there were 500 plus or 800 plus participants. So, I mean, getting down from all that way to just two of them, it's not easy. It's not one bit easy. It takes a lot of hard work and dedication. So, like I said, they have to have a great sense of pride to be here battling it out with each other.
Game Silva.
That time Onelli loses his serve. Akisha deservedly got that game, got that break. It's 3-2 in favor of Akisha Silva. She's a strong lad. I was about to say strong lad, but what's the equivalent of lad when it comes to girls?
Let's just stick to strong player.
Strong player. What is it? I have no idea. Or we can just use lad for everyone. Strong lass. Strong lass. Exactly. Yes. She's very strong. You can see from her ground strokes as well. She flattens it out. She plays it really flat and low. Something similar to a Serena Williams, because you don't really see Serena Williams unless, of course, it is absolutely necessary and needed, spinning the ball and looping it high. Someone, for example, like a Sara Irani would do that. Very ground stroke player, very consistent player who relies on consistency as opposed to making things happen on court. But right now you see them not holding serve, but the ground stroke play is absolutely fantastic, especially on the baseline. And in case you're just tuning in, like I've always mentioned, CL Synergy is backing up the SSC Open 2025, valuable contribution by them into improving and developing the young stars, the potential of Sri Lanka tennis. And you can see it live right now, being telecasted by ThePapare, who's been behind the SSC Open, who is behind the SSC Open this time, as Akisha serves. There you can say it's just a mix-up by Akisha, but couldn't really convert it into a point that she, well, in the win column. Well, like I said before, this you can see the returns by Onelli, Samar Vikrama. It's so good. You're always putting the opponent in pressure. And in the women's game, you need to have a good return. Swantex, the Rybikinas, the Sabalenkas, any women's player, the Badosas, Paula Badosas, any women's player is capable of giving that ridiculously good return. And I always say, even for a men's play, if you want rhythm on court, play with a women's player. They know how to keep the ball in. But I have to say though, they are struggling to get some rallies going on, long rallies, deep rallies, putting the opponent in trouble. Psychological game. That time a good return by Onelli Samar Vikrama, brilliant backhand inside it, and that's the sort of thing you want, because because then those free points will conserve your energy. We were talking about energy in the first game, especially with Aruna Senviratna, who was with me.
Correction.
We see a questionable. Well, the line umpire signals out, but the chair umpire corrects it and calls it in. But you can see the difference between the two players, because Onelli is using Akisha's pace, whilst Akisha is generating ridiculous pace out there. And it's very flat and low, I said this before. And she's using it to take the opponent wide, opening up courts and then delivering that mighty blow that will win her the point. Whilst Onelli is a more conservative player, she uses the pace, generates spin and height, and uses that pace to get it in. As Akisha follows it up with a double fault. A good point followed up by a double fault. It's not good, because when you play a good point, we saw it with Ashane as well, you get the momentum coming your way, and you cannot follow it up with a double fault, which is a free point. It's like a turnover in football, a turnover in rugby as well. You have turnovers. I might not be that good when it comes to the rugby nomenclature. I love the sport, but my viewing of rugby is limited to the World Cup finals once in every 4 years. Other than that, really, like I said before, a big football fan. But you know, that's good. That's what's good about sports. As you can see, Akisha, the frustration 3-all, because she is hitting the ball so hard. She's more prone to errors, unforced errors. Unforced errors, and we are back on level terms. As we see a change in commentary, Mr. Tournament Director is here with me, Chamika De Silva, who's been a stalwart when it comes to the SSC Open throughout the years. And of course, his enthusiasm and passion for the sport is unrivaled. I mean, despite him being twice my age, 3 times my age, maybe, I don't know. I have to say, Chamika De Silva's passion towards the sport is, even I cannot rival. It's not even close. And he has been instrumental when it comes to the entire SSC tournament throughout the years. Mr. De Silva, Chamika De Silva, welcome.
Thank you very much, Vibhuda. A good afternoon to you and to our entire worldwide audience. We are very, very proud to bring this live from Single Sports Club for, I think, for the 5th consecutive year. Actually, this is a very key event of the tennis calendar in Sri Lanka, and we are very proud to be the first Category 1 tournament that has been conducted in of every year, and this year 2025. Actually, we've had a very good few weeks, have had many challenges with the rain, and in general we have had some pretty decent competition, stiff competition from a lot of the juniors taking on each other. So here we are live taking on the women's finals and having the initial first set being played.
Yes, right now it's all level, 3-all, 15-all. Akisha with her strength, Onelli with her control. That time no control by Onelli.
15,
a wayward shot, out by Miles. What do you think about the style of play, Chamika?
I think
of the two players?
Akisha especially usually plays a little bit more of an aggressive game. Today I seeing her playing a little control approach, so I think that probably may change as the set goes through. On the other hand, Onelli I think is a very steady player from the baseline, so she will probably keep the ball in play and get Akisha to take on the shots from wherever she is and see if she can capitalize on that. But I think it will be very evenly matched. I mean, so far they are not playing in a very aggressive way, but I think that will turn very soon, from what I feel.
Yes, and especially the big stage as well, probably why Akisha is taking a more conservative approach, gradually getting into the game, because they haven't been there, both of them. They haven't been to a women's finals, ladies singles finals, and now they are here. So it's their opportunity to grab that championship, because regardless of what happens, there can be only one champion.
Yeah,
there can be multiple winners, but there can be only one champion.
I think leading up to the finals, both have had some matches with various types and styles of players which they experienced, coming into the finals. So that exposure they have had will probably get them that maturity to see each other's weaknesses and strengths, and I think work off that. So let's see how it goes. And still so far we are at a very even keel situation of 3-all, and I think no one has had very commanding situation in each game. So I am looking forward to some changes coming very soon as we progress into the latter part of the first set.
Samara Vikrama.
That was a good hold by Onelli Samara Vikrama. A rare hold in this match. So does this give the advantage to Onelli Samara Vikrama, because we've seen the players breaking each other's serve. Now Onelli finally held serve. Now going into this changeover, Akisha will be serving, coming out of it. And is this advantage Onelli?
Well, seems to be in that form, but we'll see. I mean, at the moment, I think somebody is going to start to get on the aggressive side, because they are very evenly matched. So I think someone will have to take control and maybe a little bit more of a positive, aggressive approach to get on top of each other. So I feel that there will be a change in the next game or two.
As we see the bananas coming out, something I am very familiar with. But anyways, it's about nutrition. It's about taking in the electrolytes and making sure that you are prepared and your body does not give up.
Okay.
Because it's a tough ask, especially when it comes to the body in these conditions, especially Sri Lankan conditions. Now, of course, you see the sun going down, but the humidity levels are maybe a bit less, but it's still very humid. Compared to the men's, probably the boys would have been like, I wish we could have played the second match. Of course, the circumstances changed because the women's singles, the semi-finals yesterday went deep into the night. So it was very right to do the right call by the referees and the tournament directors to give them an additional time of rest so that they can be prepared and play in the final, because it's a big stage and they deserve all the rest and preparation time in order for them to perform at their highest levels.
I think the weather also takes a little bit of a toll today. So all of a sudden, we have had some very bright sunshine, warm court conditions. We've had some gloomy days that we have come through with cool breezes at night. So today there's a much different change in the weather pattern. So I think these players will also have to get adjusted to that, because throughout the tournament they've been playing a little bit late into the afternoon, early evening, sometimes into the nights. So the temperature and the court conditions have been different. So today, coming into the finals, I think they will have to adjust themselves to the sunshine and some seriously warm weather on court. Yes, you can see Onelli is a more controlled player. Akisha is taking advantage of those short balls that are being given by Onelli, moving across the court, taking him wide off the forehand and then absolutely thundering it into Onelli's backhand, giving her no chance of returning that ball in. And that is Akisha's game. I think one interesting fact I'm seeing also is both players are taking control from the baseline. I feel maybe they should probably try to go up a little bit and cut down on the angles and take on a few volleys. But it seems like either one of them are not having much confidence going up to the net. So hopefully we will see some changes coming. Yeah, at that time too, I think Akisha had an opportunity there to hit a nice approach shot and go into the net. But lucky call for Onelli, and she got the maximum out of it as well as she prepares to return Akisha's serve. It's a big serve by Akisha. And compared to Onelli, yeah, for her height and her physique, I think she's getting a little bit tremendous amount of power on that. But still, Onelli is having a good chances of returning. But still, I have not seen the aggressiveness from each player yet. But I think we will hopefully see before the end of the first set. So immediate response, Onelli held her serve. Now Akisha is on the verge of holding her serve as well. 40-15 up. Here we go. We see the approach shot she had, and she capitalized on the weak return coming from there and took charge into the net. So I think this is the slight turning point of the game where one of these kids are going to take that difference in the game and try to outsmart the opponent. And this is where experience matters. Can she build on that momentum? Now she has it, because it was a fantastic point as well. Both of them showcasing the importance of that point. Very conservative, making sure that they're getting the balls in. But eventually Akisha held on. She held her serve, and now it's all square at 4-all. So right now what I see from Onelli is that she's trying to use Akisha's pace, use what's given to her, and make sure that Akisha is constantly running across the court, whilst on the other side Akisha is using her pace to make Onelli move. So either way, one of them has to be using more energy. And like in the men's match, the amount of energy that you conserve will matter going deep into the match, because this is like, as the men's gentlemen singles, this is a best of 3 sets. Endurance wise, I feel both probably are very prepared, even if they have to go to a third set. I think they've been playing a little bit more, practicing on their own and having some match practice. So I feel endurance wise both will be able to withstand 3 sets, but to what level that they will change their games to go into 3 sets is yet to be seen.
Yeah, even the semi-finals they played last night, they were beyond 2.5 hours.
Yeah, almost 2.5 hours.
Almost 2.5 hours. So that goes to show they can go the distance. It's just that can they hold on until they go the distance? That's what we need to see. Turned defense into offense, but could not execute it. That was a good rally. O'Neilly was defending well. Akeisha was using her pace to generate openings in the court. Defended well with the forehand cross court, but got the opportunity, but just couldn't really execute it. And those are the small things that will matter later on in the match, because those are important points.
I think they will all add up to the outcome of this match. And keeping the unforced errors at a controllable level is something what they need to do. So hopefully the execution
15,
and keeping the other opponent away from the angles is probably what's going to pay up at the end.
Yeah, and what we just saw is Akeisha's game. Such a beautiful forehand cross court and then opening out up and just caressing it to that backhand cross court angle, leaving O'Neilly no chance whatsoever. So she's already under pressure. 15-30, down on serve. It's the ladies single final. The scores right now is 4-all.
Oh, what a down the line shot.
Brilliant return, brilliant.
15, 40.
Excellent execution of the second serve. I think more shots like that probably will get Akeisha into a better commanding situation coming into the latter part of this set. Hopefully we'll see how it goes from now on. Back to deuce.
A costly double fold.
Silva.
Makes a loser serve. So
That's right.
so far the players have been equaling
5
each
games
other.
to 4.
When one loses her serve, the other will also lose her serve. When the one player wins her serve, the other will come back and win her serve as well. So will the trend continues? If the trend continues, Akeisha has to lose her serve here. But O'Neilly right now lost her serve. Akeisha is up 5-4 on serve. So she'll be coming out of the break with a chance to serve out the first set.
That's right. So we'll see how it goes. We are nearing the end point of the first set. Like bordering the sixth game. So I think the aggressiveness has to come in now to close in and capitalize on the lead.
So for Akeisha coming into this game after the changeover, she'll be serving. What should be her tactics? What should be her approach be?
I think being an experienced player in my career, I feel that they need to get the first point. That very first point, the very first serves when they are starting is key. And even on most of the professional players, they really home in on that first game, on the game itself. The first point will probably dictate the momentum for the rest. So I've seen in my own way that when I was playing competitive tennis, that actually helped me to get the momentum going and to build that confidence to go through the rest of the game.
What do you mean you played competitive tennis? Mr. Chamika De Silva is still playing competitive tennis.
Yeah.
Again, like you said
15 love.
before,
Here we go.
Akeisha, that's the perfect start for her.
Yeah.
Won the first point, got the first serve in as well. So she has to continue to get those first serves in, get the percentages right. No need to go hard on it, no need to do additional stuff. Just do your normal serves, get the percentages in, percentage serves in, and of course she's faulted on her first serve. We'll see how it
Pressure
goes.
will come on the opponent where O'Neilly will have to get back on, but I think Akeisha getting that very first point is going to build up some confidence for the rest of the game.
That's
Comes up
brilliant.
with a beautiful
I mean, we
cross-court.
can't blame Akeisha at all for that. Her backhand cross court was good, but O'Neilly meeting it on the rise and just going through it and creating that angle, that's fantastic to see. Even the close range shot there, brilliant. So Akisha's advantage is gone. It's all square again, 15 all.
$15, 30.
There you go. One good shot. The momentum come back to you, Nelly. 15-30. That time Akisha. Unforced error, the double fault. Uneli really literally didn't have to do anything to win that point. And those are the kind of points as tennis players, especially young tennis players looking and watching this match. Those are the kind of points you have to avoid. Double fault as less as possible, because the more you double fault, the more free points the opponent gets.
30 all.
There you go. A costly mistake, an error there by Uneli brings Akisha back into the game. It's all square, 30 all. Now this point is very important. What's the approach?
I think it's very critical that she gets her first serve in. So let's see, the first serve might dictate the outcome of the point. Okay, here she misses it, but anyway.
Please.
That time it was brilliant. Uneli adapting to the ball, realizing the ball was low and giving good slice deep into Akisha's territory, bouncing almost on the baseline. Akisha really couldn't adjust her feet and just hits it on the frame and just flies it over. So here goes.
Here we see the first break point of this game here.
There you go. We are back on level terms. The trend continues. If you hold serve, your opponent will hold serve. If you lose your serve,
5 games off.
Opponent will also lose her serve. It's 5 all in the first set. It's an exciting encounter between the two finalists of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025, the ladies singles event. Finals between Akisha Silva and Uneli Samaravikrama. Right now, the two competitors are all square on 5 all. If you're just tuning in, this is the Papare broadcast of the ladies singles final of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025. Yeah.
Now 15.
Again, the return is starting strong. Good return by Akisha in the previous point as Uneli serves again. Uneli's second serve needs to go in and needs to be very effective right here, right now, because she cannot afford to lose this game, because if she does, she'll have to come back again. Wow. You know, whatever said and done, Shamika, their backhands are very strong. Something you rarely see in the men's circuit, because they want to play their forehands as much as possible. You yourself know you have a lovely forehand cross-court down, short angle. But in the women's game, if it's on the backhand, you know the ball is coming back in.
I think they're both aggressively going cross-court with their backhands. And I see a little bit of a tempo being picked up on both players, taking the angles and kind of trying to execute the ball a little bit faster than what they did the previous games. So I think they also realize it's 5 all. Now it's time to make that change. I definitely see something from Akisha. She's attacking the ball a little bit harder than what she did. And here we go from Uneli as well.
Uneli that time using the court very well, taking Akisha very far in. Far towards the fence, and then comes up, takes a few feet in to the court, and then whacks it down the line. And that's the kind of play, aggressiveness, that will get you points and also put an immense amount of pressure on your opponent, because now the opponent's saying, okay, now I can't hit the ball short, because she'll go for it. That time Onelli slicing to survive, and she did survive. Akisha may be a bit reluctant to go towards the net. Met the ball very low. Not a good sign if you are volleying the ball, because as soon as your opponent sees you're meeting the ball low, okay, there comes the opportunity.
Akisha had the open court to execute. Unfortunately, she was little slow. The ball dropped.
A couple more steps would have been a very easy volley.
Easy volley going cross court.
So Onelli has the opportunity to go into the break up 6-5. And she does not grab the first chance. She still has a break point. That was a costly and untimely double fall. Not what you want. Especially you are 40-15. You have a cushion. Might as well get the serves in and make the opponent work for it. It's a good opportunity. Now it's a small opening for Akisha to get back into this game and level it up for a deuce. There you go. It is, yes.
You're right. I think Vipula, you're reading the points very, very well, and predicting is extremely good. Unfortunately, there were two points to take this game for Onelli, but I think Akisha may be getting her confidence back to try and break this off to take the lead. We'll see.
So the small things you would said before that it kept piling, it'll pile up, and later on it'll punish you. And here's the punishment right here. And it is Onelli actually had the chance to go into the break, being up 6-5, and now Akisha has a chance to break Onelli. So it's interesting how things change. The tables turn in a matter of moments, in a matter of seconds. Good stroke play by Akisha.
Yes.
Maybe couldn't hold on to it. Onelli, kudos to her, credit to her, because she held on, she kept her defense. The defense of hers kept the point alive, and that allowed her to win the point. And again, on level terms again. This time Onelli, I believe, has to have a good first serve in, maybe towards the body, right about now. Not fast, but a first serve in towards the body.
First serve is very key right here at a deuce level, so she can get a little bit of an advantage. Makes the first serve.
That time the first serve was in, but towards the comfort zone of Akisha, towards the forehand, and she played beautifully. The first cross court opens up the court down the line, and then Onelli just couldn't hold on at the end. Akisha's pace is just too much for her to handle, and she's striking the ball brilliantly. You can see Onelli just jumping off a bit, just trying to control the ball, whilst Akisha is just smooth flowing in her stroke play.
I can see a lot aggressive tempo coming from Akisha right now. She's trying to keep the ball deep and even going for the angles. So right now a good rally going between the two.
Oh, what a point! Superb! What a way to break the serve. That was an extremely well constructed rally by both the players. It was unfortunate for it to end in an unforced error. However, having said that, wow. So that's the kind of level you expect out of these two. That's the kind of level they can produce, and that's the performances that they can display in front of this mass gathering. And to come off as the winner of that point is a huge relief for Uneli, because that's the psychological. Here comes the psychological again. Now you won a great point. Now Akisha has won a great point. Uneli is going to the break thinking, okay, I did my best, but still wasn't enough. Now she might mentally try to think, okay, let's do something more.
Throughout that last point, something I picked up was Akisha was somewhat backpedaling, but yet she was, reaching the ball and getting it back, reaching the ball, getting it back to the other side. So she kept with the flow, and she aggressively had the angles whenever she could. So I think that's the little bit of changes I'm seeing that are taking place now compared to the very first few games where they were just both stroking each other, trying to get a feel. So I think here we go with the serve on her hand. I think she will do her probably a little aggressively to take on this set right here without going into a tiebreaker.
Yeah, if you're just watching and tuning into this match, remember the hydration and nutrition is very important. We saw big perfect example, a real life example, Akisha taking in her bananas, the dates, and then Uneli with the isotonic. So these are very important. You need to have these because these are toiling conditions. It's horrible to play under these conditions, but they love the sport so much they are willing to sacrifice their bodies, sacrifice their effort and everything in order to make sure that they come off victorious. And make people proud, make their parents proud, make themselves proud. It's something that you want to see and you love to see. As Akisha starts off the game like you would want her to, with the first serve in and winning the point as well.
And I'm seeing a little bit of body language coming from Uneli, little signs of tiredness, unforced errors, kicking in a little bit right now. So I think she needs to get a little bit more composed here. Otherwise, this is one by one, point by point, it's going to go straight out to Akisha's hands. So right now, 30 love serving at this time. We'll see how this point goes, but here's the aggressiveness I told about from Akisha coming. So I think she's attacking the ball a little bit, and I feel that this is where she's going to pull the corner and hopefully see how the outcome of this set will be.
That's a chance right there. But again, a big cushion, 40 love. So you can, she only needed to put it in right there. Maybe just didn't read the ball properly. There was a backward spin there, maybe. But what is evident and very obvious is that Uneli is surviving for her life there. Akisha is the one who is the aggressor, who's hunting. She's on a hunt. And Uneli has to make sure she survives. So the liner strikes and the antelope falls in the first set. Akisha's power hitting gets her the first set. Akisha wins the first set. 7-5. A fantastic first set. Stay tuned for more. The second set will be coming your way.
And the aggressiveness from Akisha showed the outcome of that game. So it's very, very interesting how she quickly changed the little tempo of the game in the last game and a half, and took the lead up to 6-5 and eventually winning the set at 7-5. I want to take this opportunity at this time to thank all our sponsors, CL Synergy being a title sponsor, and coming forward for the SSC Open 2025, along with Head. We are using the official tennis ball for the tournament and been supportive for many, many years, and also with PNS, Parent Sons, and also Yeti being the hydration partner. I think a lot of these kids are getting hydrated through Yeti. So we want to thank all the sponsors who have come forward this year to make this event a success. And least but not least, our entire ground staff who have put some tireless days and nights getting this event together. Also, big thank you to Papare for giving us an opportunity to broadcast this not only in Sri Lanka but even worldwide. So SSC is being taken all the way across to the world through our tennis racket and a tennis ball today. So we are very proud and we are very happy for this moment. And again, thank you for getting me into the program here and giving me an opportunity to commentate.
It was our pleasure. That was Chamika De Silva, and it is the tournament to watch for Sri Lanka, providing a platform. The Single Sports Cup, providing a platform for the Sri Lankan tennis athletes to shine and show the world what they're capable of. As we move on to a short break, we'll be coming back with the second set. Akisha Silva, as of right now, has won the first set against Uneli Samaravikrama by 7-5.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙන තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
We all love to look online at all the pretty houses for sale. But what about those truly outrageous homes? Oh, no. Now I get to see these in real life. Is this a house? And meet the people who decided to call these places home.
Would you like to see my bedroom?
Oh my gosh.
No one will hear you scream.
HGTV is getting wild.
What is this?
Homes Gone Wild. Thursdays on HGTV.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙන තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Welcome back to the second set of the Women's National of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025. Having got in front in the first set at 7-5. Oneli is serving. She's got the first points in this second set. As we say, a warm welcome to Aruna Sinaviratna.
Thanks, Harita. So, Akisha, after doing most of the front running in the first set, was able to make use of her second break point, the second break of serve that she had, and clinch the set 7-5. Both of them are very evenly matched players. I mean, both of them from Negombo, both of them coached by the same coach, Dumidu Dilum, and also they have played for Sri Lanka in the World Juniors, and then last year Oneli represented Sri Lanka at the Junior Billie Jean King Cup, and this year Akisha has made the team. So both of them are pretty much had like a similar path to where they are right now.
And they are probably familiar with each other's play too.
Definitely, because playing under the same coach and playing in Negombo, I'm quite sure that they are quite familiar with their, each other's games. They play a fairly similar game as well.
So Negombo, apart from the prawns, you got the tennis players.
Absolutely, you're right.
Just looking back at the history of the women's singles, Amrita Mutaya is the star, 5-time champion.
40.
And there's been the likes of Jitmi Jayavikrama, Sajida Razik, Janali Manamperi, Anika Senaviratna, Shalini Pereira, Medira Samarasinghe, and Unfortunately, the reigning champion Dinara De Silva is not playing. Why?
Because of the O levels. I mean, she's been traveling during the year playing the ITF junior tournaments, and I don't think she was able to have too much preparation for the exam. So she has opted to take a month off, do the O levels, and then she will resume playing the ITF tournaments from March onwards.
Yeah, we must also in this context thank Venushka De Silva of Royal and Ransat Piris of Anand, who helping us with the scores. I think it's an important aspect when it comes to live coverage of tennis, which is not very familiar in this country.
Silva.
Right, I do understand that. Yeah.
First game.
See, as
second set.
As a good start for this, I thought initially Akisha had the more stronger body. But I've been surprised with Oneli's return of serve in particular situations in that previous set. But that's SSC Tennis Head, isn't it?
Tennis Head and my co-selector, Asiri.
Asiri Damalgoda. Yeah. You played Davis Cup together or what?
Pardon?
You played Davis Cup together?
I was the manager when he played Davis Cup.
Okay,
so he was like, so if you think that he and me, we are the same age, I mean...
No, that's not what I was trying to tell you. Right, I was trying to ask you because you are now co-tournament director with Chammika.
Right.
And you've been involved with a lot of other things too, with the selection part, the administration part in the game. How many years did you represent the country in the Davis Cup?
I was in the Davis Cup squad and the team for a total of 4 to 5 years, from 87 to 92.
That's a lot. That 90s was a era where tennis was played at a very high level.
So there were two factors. I mean, we came to the semi-finals of the Davis Cup on 4 consecutive years during that period. So there were reasons why it's a tougher struggle now. One reason being that, with the fall of the Soviet Union, there are 5 countries that became part of Asia. That is Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and also...
And they are powerful players.
They are part of the Soviet system. So they are the ones who are dominating most of the Asian tennis at the moment. So during the time that we played, those countries were not in the equation.
Very few people know this, Aruna. It's very good that you come out with this, with a coverage of this nature. These are salient aspects of the sport. Why it should be important for Sri Lanka to look beyond as far as the level of participation.
And also then that can put proper context to where we are now and where we were then, So, because when somebody looks at it and says that, okay, in the 80s, 90s, we were in the Davis Cup semi-finals for 3 years and now we are languishing in Division 3, there's a reason for that. I mean, it's not just that the tennis was good or tennis was bad, but there are these other factors that are coming into play.
Good line play once again. Akisha, well, I think she's quicker on her feet at the moment. Confidence makes a difference too.
And also another thing that you could notice about Akisha is that she goes down low when she hits the shot, so she has more flexibility and she's able to get much more momentum on the shots that she hits. Whereas I suppose Oneli's advantage is the fact that she's tall and sometimes you may think that she doesn't need to go down, but the thing is, like, going down is always like the key.
No, well set up, beautifully done.
Well played point here.
Game.
The drop shot, you sometimes, although the shot is available, you must know when to use it.
Absolutely. I mean, overplay of the drop shot is something that puts your own game out of sync.
So good to get a good start into the second set. 2 up. Only needs to hold serve in this game.
At least, definitely. She needs to get her foot in through the door. Otherwise, I mean, things can go away from her very fast.
Remember that second set in the men's final. 3 down. And 6 in a row for Apna.
So I think Apna, it's the confidence that he brings in. I mean, his aura, the opponent sees what he does, and that kind of makes the belief that the opponent has diminished. So here, because they are evenly matched players, I don't think anybody has that advantage. But under the circumstances, like you said, if she doesn't win this game, that will be 2 service breaks down, and that's really uphill, very tough for her to come.
So 2 mistakes on the part of Akisha. This is exactly what I said. Only needs to just play the basic tennis and use her skill. Great work.
So even Akisha, I mean, the fact that she's not such an experienced player is showing, because I mean, if she realizes that at this 2-love stage, if she wins this game, she can really shut the door on Onelli. She should be putting a lot more focus on this game, but she's kind of letting it drift a little bit, you know. Not that she's in danger at the moment, but she definitely can have a huge advantage. I mean, all those things.
See, these are unforced errors.
Yes.
Unforced errors. I'll tell you, it's easier said from the comfort of our commentary position.
Without a doubt,
on
Haritha.
court. It's very humid. It's very hot now. Yeah, just looking back at the work ethics and the schedules for these identified junior players for the sport, what can you tell with Sri Lanka Tennis Association's involvement with the junior tennis?
So I think one really good thing that the Tennis Association is doing is that they are hosting a lot of tournaments, which gives the opportunity for lots of the players to have international exposure. Because if you are to travel abroad and play tournaments, it's going to cost a lot of money, and there's no money in junior tennis for the players who participate. So you got to be out of pocket, or you have to have a big sponsor, or you should have a very rich association that is able to afford that kind of facility for the players, which doesn't happen too often anywhere in the world. So mostly you're left to your own devices to get the international exposure. So what the SLT is doing is they host at least 8 under 18 ITF junior tournaments.
Oh, went too deep, too wide. So only holding serve on that occasion. She had to do that.
That is a very important hold for her to make sure that she's not out of the set completely.
The idea was good. Right. She went just a little bit too far wide and too far deep.
So we host under 18 ITF tournaments. Those are individual tournaments where the players have an opportunity of playing against the top players in the region and all over the world for that matter. And also we host most of the team events. If we are in the pre-qualifying stage, the events are hosted here. So that allows the opportunity for people to see what's happening and also play in the tournaments. And then we also host at least 6 16 and under ATF tournaments. So I think, I mean, like if you look at...
so ATF is looking at a very positive way about SLT's ability to organize.
So basically what I'm saying is that the SLT is at least making the effort to give opportunity for the players. How they make use of the opportunity is up to the players. And also, there's never a ceiling to this. I mean, you can be playing all those tournaments, and the more tournaments you play, you be better you become. But at least the starting steps, the first few steps are available here itself at virtually no cost. And
I understand that of the outstation facilities, Nuwara, Negombo, what else?
Batiklo and Negombo are the 2 main centers.
I know Ampara is having a major...
They started this, DIG Damayanti, I think he had
he's
started
now back with the tourism police. So
right. So I think Batiklo and Negombo, they host multiple tournaments as well, and they have very good facilities.
You mean Nuwara is only during the season, is it?
Nuwara, there's no functioning club tennis situation, and there are no local players from Nuwara.
I'm surprised that Jaffna doesn't have a functional tournament.
They used to have in the 70s, but since then with the civil war and all that, I don't
See, if you are listening, I know you have so many other things like the football, the cricket and everything. I think this is a sport that can really create quite a buzz.
Definitely, you're right, but I suppose the only thing holding back the development of a game like tennis is it has a fairly high entry level. I mean, it's not a cheap sport. I mean, it's not a sport where you can have mass participation. However, having said that, I think with this school tennis, there is an opportunity for lots of
That's,
kids.
that's
without
exactly what
any-
I was trying to think
right,
at.
Without
Because
any,
you can use the northern schools to play there.
right.
Right?
I think they're because I see some of the northern schools coming and participating in the public schools events here.
Yeah.
So obviously there is some kind of introduction of the sport in the north, but I don't see any
See,
northern
having
players
having
continuing.
a facility for practice reasons and having a tournament there is two different aspects.
Right. The interest is created by having tournaments, and I think
Tournaments,
that is
yeah.
a very important aspect. That's
So if you are listening, I know there is a lot of interest to take the sport there. Like you subsequently rule the junior pole vault events in Jaffna. Fantastic stuff there. Take tennis seriously. Play under lights. I know you can afford it. If
And
you
also-
say,
and
if
also-
you say you can't, you will never get there.
That's true. That's true. I mean, that's the attitude to have. Yeah. So I think the other advantage
Game.
in school tennis is
Silva.
that you sometimes don't even need a tennis court, so you can play it in a
Silva leads.
car park
2 games
or,
on.
whatever surface.
I'm really looking at giving the youngsters the opportunity to come in par. You were mentioning Batiklo, you were mentioning Nigambo, to have facilities of that nature. I think it's available, it's there. I know there's a very important, enthusiastic sports community in that Jaffna district. So look at it. I mean,
That's a very good idea. I think Jaffna definitely should have the capacity.
because
and
I
the
saw the facility at Ampara. What they're doing, they're trying to that police officer, the senior police officer, Damayanto was a different character altogether. You get a facility of that nature coming in. You didn't go have that area. At least provincial centers. That's what I'm really looking at. The authorities should look at it. The Ministry of Sports should take this up with the Ministry of Education, who can look for resources there.
So generally what happens is a sport goes to that level where it's taken notice of by the Ministry of Sports and things like that, is when there is a person who has the vision and all that and the passion to kind of introduce the sport and get people interested in it. I think in Batiklo there was a person from Batiklo who had gone to the States and come back even during the time of the Civil War, and he had donated rackets and balls, and that's how the game started.
If that's a criteria, there are enough people from Jaffna who has gone abroad and seen a lot.
Definitely, I mean, it's just that nobody who has done that has gone back to Jaffna, I suppose.
Exactly.
So even during the time of the Civil War, I think Batiklo was a wonderful story.
You know that Batiklo is now having a fantastic cricket ground. Really, I went and did commentaries in a school tournament, invitation tournament.
Wow, really?
You must see that to believe it. Brilliant stuff. And it's more than just cricket. What they done with the outfield, the irrigation system and everything, and the facilities available.
Was it something that had been constructed by the school? Or?
No. It was an individual who had been there and come back, and with the authorities with the greater difficulty getting service, he's done a marvelous job. You wait and see that.
So that was an excellent rally and
Kodamune Sports Club ground will one day be a big story. Yeah, those the Sri Lanka cricket junior level Division 3 matches have been played there.
Right.
So it's only a matter of
What did you
time.
say the name of the stadium was?
Kodamune Sports Club Stadium, just beyond Batiklo, by the beach.
Right.
Brilliant stuff. Stay there for a week for a tournament.
Wow.
Second, sir.
Because see, the Papare would want to take the sport to the outstations. If you give
And
them
definitely if there is activity happening, I'm sure they would be very interested in taking the lead and bringing it to the rest of the country.
See, yesterday I went for that media
15,
conference for
40.
the Hindus game between Jaffna Hindu and Colombo Hindu. It's going to be played in Jaffna, 14th time. So major sponsors are coming behind them. I'm sure tennis will have, you have some good sponsors. They would want to go there, make an impression. I'm sure some of the youngsters would want to go there and play.
I'm quite sure they'll be very interested as well. No, more than that, I think I'm more excited about the opportunity that the people in the north or the talent in the north would get.
Game. Silva.
So that's another service break to Akisha. Goes ahead
Silva
again
leads.
at 3-2.
3 games to 2. Shihara.
But in women's tennis, the effect of a service break is not as much as in men's tennis, simply because the power of the serve and the ability to make use of a serve is less in women's tennis. I mean, in women's tennis, the counterpunching, the returning, and the defensive play is excellent. Whereas in men's tennis, there is a large element of taking risks, coming to net, and probably putting too much emphasis on the serve, and as a result of that, making a lot of errors.
Yeah, during our time, there were eras, no, the Andre Agassi, John McEnroe, Ivan Lendl, and then Roger Federer. Before that, you got who's that German boy?
Yeah, Bjorn Borg.
Bjorn Borg, and who's the German?
Who?
There was
Boris
a
Becker.
Boris Becker era in the men's. Then you got the Chris Evert Lloyd, and of course Martina Navratilova, Chris Evert Lloyd. They were absolutely eras of absolute dominance.
Very clearly, yeah. So I think in a way you could say that the golden era in tennis, I mean, from the last, if you take the last 50, 75 years, was the one that we just saw ended. I mean, that is Roger Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, and Murray. I mean, I think having 4 players of that caliber at the same time, I mean, their record speaks for itself.
Exactly.
I mean, between the 4 of them, they had won in excess of 80 Grand Slam titles, which is amazing.
Major numbers they are.
Absolutely.
And they thrilled. They were absolute crowd pullers.
And also each one of them had a different aspect of the game. I mean, Federer was the absolute classical tennis player. I mean, poetry in motion. I mean, serve and volley, he could do anything. Nadal was the best defensive player you could find.
And more brawn there.
Lot of brawn, lot of physicality in his
15
game.
all.
And Djokovic, I suppose, he's the one who could do anything to perfection when he puts his mind to it, and the most mentally strong player of them all. So all of them had different aspects, and although I would say half a step behind was Andy Murray, but he also had most
on his
of those
day he was
aspects.
unbeatable, wasn't he?
I wouldn't say unbeatable, but he definitely
15,
had elements
starting.
that would get the better of those 3 players as well at any time. But he was also hampered by a back injury towards the latter end of his career. But during that time, there was another player who could have been among them, if not for his wrist injury. That was Juan Martin Del Potro.
Oh, Del Potro.
He ended up just winning 1 Grand Slam only, but if not for injury, he would have had a bigger impact.
Now the team games, as it were, is a lot more spread out. There's nothing called a particular strong nation who
That's
could come
true.
and
That's
play.
true, yes. So what we have seen of late has been a dominance by European countries, and a renaissance or sort, or like a revival. Or you can't even say a revival. It's probably the first time that Italy is dominating tennis. I mean, they have a world's #1 player. They had then their men's team won the Davis Cup, and the women's team won the Billie Jean King Cup.
Yeah,
I mean, you
exactly.
can't do anything better than that. Yeah. And in Jasmine Paolini, they have a top 5 women's player as well, and they had a pair winning the Olympic doubles gold. So, I mean, really great days, great times for Italian tennis.
So this second set is going in the same way it has worked.
Right.
So Onelli has to
hang in there,
get the better of it.
Akisha get too far ahead. So I still believe that that one loose game that Akisha played when she was 2-love up, that could have shut the door on Onelli. Now she's kind of struggling on her own serve
Advantage.
and got Onelli back into the game.
Trying to force that ball to the baseline where the player was also stationed. Went too far.
Yeah, I think it was too much of a risk to take.
Exactly.
Deals.
A lot of errors creeping into both players' games. Probably the heat is taking its toll, but I mean they're lucky that the match is afternoon match and the sun is getting milder as it goes on, and not like a morning match where the sun gets stronger as the match progresses.
Got to be focused. The reason was creating that angle
True.
and the depth of it.
Samara Vikrama.
So when that kind of angle is created, although you have an option of going down the line, you got to clear the high part of the net. So that's a risky shot. So you're forcing the player to also hit cross court, and you flick across court, and the chance of the ball going out is always very high. So exactly what happened there.
Got line play, good line play.
Game.
So Akisha once again loses the advantage of having a service break by losing her serve straight away.
Good part of it was she was lucky. The good part of it was that they rushed to the ball, both sides, both players. Yeah, now it's the flagging concentration levels.
I think the heat and to be fair by the two players, their semi-finals were concluded only around 8 p.m. yesterday because there was a sudden shower at about 5. The matches were halfway through and they had to restart again at about 7 and went on till 8:30. So
these are young ones.
Right.
The big packs on their bodies. I don't know, you've been involved with this sport for as much as I know, maybe 4 decades or more, right?
Love 15.
How have you seen the fluctuations and the change of attitudes as far as the top players both win and women in this country?
So as far as I think as far as attitude is concerned, in the early days, but I mean it's like the 70s and 80s and all that, there weren't too many opportunities for the players to play in the international stage. So there was a lot of competition at the local stage and there was a good tournament structure. So there was a lot of enthusiasm, but I don't think there was too much sophistication in the way we prepared or in the way we faced competition. Towards the late 80s and 90s, that is when we were getting exposed to a little bit more international competition, and our approach started becoming a little bit more professional as well. And thereafter, I think the administration has been doing as much as possible to keep this professional approach. But I think one of the biggest problems we had was the fact that lots of the players don't continue playing tennis beyond 16, 17 because they really don't see tennis as a way out for them, other than the fact that it might get them university entrance in the US as a result of tennis. So that have been one of the biggest issues facing us. And also we have seen lots of other Asian countries moving faster than us.
Yeah, I think that is one of the main reasons. Just take for instance, I mean you can't make the comparison, but take the situation of India.
India, like you said, you can't make a comparison because I think India has large numbers and they also have lots of people who are able to go out and play tennis on their own. But I think it's more about countries like Vietnam, Philippines and all that who have harnessed their players who are living abroad to come and play for them. So whereas Sri Lanka, we have been starting to do that only very recently. I mean,
what do you mean starting to do that?
So during the last 2 or 3 years only we have started having players who are living abroad to come and play for us. So for instance, Davis Cup last year, we had 2 guys who were Australian citizens who were Sri Lankans, whose parents were from Sri Lanka. So they came and played 1 or 2 tournaments here, played trials, and one of the 2 guys, Kanika Jayatilaka, made the team. So that is the first time that we started we had interest shown by people who are based abroad. And now this time there's a boy Mahinthiran from the US who had contacted Harshana, and so we are we will be reaching out.
Harshan
to
is
him.
still based in the US or what?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's the Davis Cup captain, non-playing
Yeah,
captain.
yeah.
So we will be approaching this guy, and he will be.
So what in case you happen to hear, so keep up the good work. Like was you were on the court. Oh, he played some glorious encounters that we covered, and now with the media coming in with this live coverage. Now you say 7 years.
So on the screen there is Domin Dilum, who is the coach of both these players.
The one in the blue.
Yes.
So well done. Are they schooling in Nigamu too?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. So you can see that the Gampa district is having 2 good players.
Right.
For the future. Okay. Will Akisha hold serve?
So well, in the men's singles also, Ashane De Silva was from there, and he came to St. Peter's.
Yeah, Pati was watching the game very intently. So good. There are areas that are being looked at, which is encouraging, and I'm sure that this sort of coverage, I would love to have seen maybe the 35s singles finals also being worked out. Probably you could probably set it up next year and have the live coverages of those two.
15. Yeah, I think the ideas that you gave, Harita, is very good. I mean, I think we should maximize the opportunity of.
There'll be a cost involved, Aruna. That's fine. But I'll tell you.
But still, we can make good use of the time. Right?
Major aspect is that the coverage will provide for more exposure for the players.
Right. So this time the over 35 singles created a lot of interest because with people like Sanka, Atukorla, Dinesh Vijay Surya, former Davis Cup players playing, and makes a good competition.
You never know. People will want to come and show those matches too. From the
I'm sure it'll
community.
be very competitive and very interesting.
Yeah, because once you do that, and then maybe another couple of years later, somebody would want to show the matches on the last 2 days,
Right.
which means a lot more. But that should be the story that I want to see with this SSC Open. You've done a wonderful part as far as the conducting of this tournament is concerned. And only Samar Vikrama
on the verge of breaking serve to go up 5-3.
Got the feeling Akisha is feeling the pressure mentally.
True.
Oh, beauty. Good approach shot.
Game.
Never gave chance to Akisha to clear the net. She was quick to get to the ball and return it. Didn't hit it too high, just over the net, and her opponent was always struggling.
So Onele has taken a possibly decisive 5-3 lead and is serving for the set.
If she is successful, we'll go into
So you can
third
see
set.
that as soon as she gets the lead, you can see a spring in her step, and probably more encouraged to kind of close it out now.
Is getting a little bit more aggressive too. I can see even the return of serve. Too soon.
Love 15.
The onus is on Akisha now to keep the pressure on her opponent. Of course, the return of serve is where she'll have to be very careful with the rallying, the volleying. Overall, Aruna, the level of participation was good or what?
Excellent. I mean, this time we had over 800 entries. That is excluding the senior events. Yeah. So the senior events would, with the senior events, we would have been close to 900 entries in all.
Okay.
And probably 600 participants altogether.
That's good.
Yeah.
Under
I'm not too
circumstance.
sure of the number of participants. I'm only kind of sure about
No,
the
it's the
entries.
level. Not only the amount of players, but the level of participation, close games.
See,
Good
the thing is, I think in Sri Lanka tennis, with the introduction of cool tennis for the under 10s,
Yeah.
we have broadened the base. So with that, we are having lots of entries for the under 12, under 14, and up to under 16. So it starts tapering off after under 16 because they stop for O levels, and the ones who are fairly serious about their academics will drop off, and even the others, their commitment or their involvement in tennis will reduce. So up to under 16, we have really good entries. I mean, say this year, for instance, the under 18 would have had, the under 14 would have had about 130 entries.
Oh,
yeah, which is kind of unwieldy at times. But once again, we see Onelli serving at 5-3 and down love 40. I mean, inability to close out opportunity.
Went too deep. Level of concentration. She has to do well.
So the
In?
questionable call or yeah. So the mark would be looked at, and it's given as in. Yeah. So that'll be
Okay.
30-40.
This is a very vital point, Aruna.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The context of the game, it will probably be important. Onelli is well set up. Good rallying.
Out. Correction. Out.
Hmm.
30-40. Sorry, deuce.
Yeah, it should be deuce.
Yeah, it's deuce.
Yeah, it should be deuce. Correction.
Advantage.
So good comeback by Onelli, bringing her to set point now.
She was keen to get that first serve in. Got it with a difficult angle on her opponent.
Deuce.
See how difficult it is.
So I think a little bit of nerves creeping in as well. You could see her coming under the ball. It was a short ball where there was no pressure on her. She could have hit a good cross court, but opted to go safe and missed it.
Double fisted play has been good. Oh, too wide.
Advantage. Silva.
Yet another opportunity at breaking Onelli's serve. Having saved one set point now.
She had the right idea going cross court, but too
Right.
deep.
Out.
I think it's
Deuce.
very, very nervy, edgy tennis because both players are wasting many opportunities. They probably should be kind of trying to consolidate on the other person's weakness, but here both players are showing equal vulnerability in this crucial stages of the set. Oh, very well played. Super angle.
Advantage.
Inside out forehand by Onelli.
Samara
Gives
Vikram.
the second set point.
I think Akisha was not expecting it.
No.
Great positioning. She didn't even attempt to reach the ball.
Up.
So that's the
Game
second set.
and second set. Samara Vikram. 6 games to 3.
Wasn't won easily by her at all. That was like a mighty struggle.
Oh, what are them?
But at least now there's a lot to play in that last set.
Definitely, yes.
It should be error-free, as less errors as possible. It's
I think
good.
who gets the initiative right at the beginning would have a huge advantage, because with fatigue and nerves both coming into play, getting ahead at the beginning of the third set will be very important.
Akisha knew she had to do well with the latter half. She couldn't hold on because Onelli was a lot more heady, and she was playing the key points to her ability.
Right.
Without trying to overpower the opponent.
I think also she realized that Akisha was making a lot of errors, so she didn't try to go for too much. So she was playing within herself, waiting for the errors to come from Akisha, and at the right time she started playing more incisive tennis as well.
Just looking back at the tournament, Akisha had given a set away in the quarterfinals to Rukshika.
So that was a huge upset. I think that was Rukshika was a
top seed, wasn't he?
And a senior Fed Cup player, and that was a huge. That was probably the biggest upset of the event so far. Akisha being unseeded to beat Rukshika.
Then she gave a set to Gihansa in the semi-final, and now she's given a set to Onelli. Let's see whether.
So the fact that Akisha being unseeded player, for her simply to come to the finals has been a remarkable achievement. So struggling through the draw is not such a surprise though.
So we'll take a break, and the decisive third set to come back later.
රසට රසක් හමු වෙන තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේ රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
We all love to look online at all the pretty houses for sale. But what about those truly outrageous homes? Oh, no. Now I get to see these in real life. Is this a house? And meet the people who decided to call these places home.
Would you like to see my bedroom?
Oh my gosh.
No one will hear you scream.
HGTV is getting wild.
What is this?
Homes Gone Wild. Thursdays on HGTV.
රසට රසක් හමු වෙන තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේ රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some kick, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Alex Guarnaschelli will stop at nothing
She's bringing her A game.
to beat chefs
Here we go.
from across the country.
I don't care who's out there. I don't care what I'm cooking. We're going.
Alex versus America, Sundays on Food Network.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
We all love to look online at truly outrageous homes.
Oh, no.
Now I get to see these in real life.
What is this?
Homes Gone Wild, Thursdays on HGTV.
CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead. What does it mean to be different? A rebel, a misfit, a maverick. It's more than standing apart. It's choosing not to blend in. It's seeing not what is, but what could be. A misfit questions the obvious, bends expectations, and runs toward uncertainty. It's the courage to stray from the path and carve a new one, even if it leads nowhere. It's the spark before a breakthrough. The drive to make the ordinary extraordinary. To be a rebel is to defy expectations, to break patterns, to be the outlier. A maverick thinks sideways, disrupts the norm. It's the energy in a perfect pass. The quiet leap that shifts everything. Chaos to others is just potential to us. What's called a flaw, we see as an edge. CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead.
Hello and welcome. It is the third set of the ladies singles finals of the CL Synergy Tennis SSC Open 2025. The two competitors, Oneli Samarvikrama and Akisha Silva, are facing off against each other. Akisha Silva winning the first set, 7-5. Oneli Samarvikrama coming back and winning the second set, 6-3. It's all squared in the third set. Alongside me is Senuri Premra.
Thank you, Vibhuda, for that. Yes, so the last stretch of this tournament is just taking place. We're tuning in from SSC. Conditions are sunny since morning. And I think it's fair to say we have a bit more of a crowd and spectators than we did in the morning, as people have come in now for the last few moments of the game.
There's a good start by
30-50. 30. Huh?
a little bit of confusion there in relation to the score, but it's 15-30. Onelli is leading actually. Akisha Silva starting off the third set. Couldn't get the momentum she had in that first set. Moving on to that second set, she looked a bit tired, she looked a bit exhausted. And even now, Onelli is making her run, and that's a fantastic point to start off this third set. Akisha is already in trouble. Onelli coming to the net, meeting the ball early, and making sure that Akisha is gaining those yards more and more and making her tired. Now it's important, the strength, the amount of energy that is left in the tank. Because it's not about the arsenal of weapons, it's now about the battery life. It's about conserving energy, making sure you charge it whenever possible, making sure that you use the energy whenever it is the right time to use it.
I feel like we said at the beginning of this game originally, having that same momentum from the beginning right throughout to the end makes the biggest difference.
So there you have it, the first game of the third set. A bit of a discussion between the players must be in relation to the score. Akisha and Onelli both approaching the chair umpire. Ultimately decided, okay, it is 1-0 to Onelli. So Onelli starts off the third set by grabbing that first game. Akisha's serve could not hold on to the serve. Akisha Silva. So Onelli Samaravikrama starts off the third set with a 1 lead. You're joining in with the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025 tennis tournament, the annual SSC Open tennis tournament that kick-starts the calendar year when it comes to tennis. The type Category A tournament that is being held with over 800 entries in this tournament. Lots of competition, lots of competitors in different age groups competing against each other and making sure that they go all the way, winning trophies, winning the hearts of people, making your parents proud. Lots and lots of it is at stake. But right now we see the two competitors who are at the pinnacle of the women's tennis, ladies singles tennis at the moment right now in Sri Lanka. Two newcomers to this stage. We haven't seen those two, Onelli Samaravikrama and Akisha Silva, at a final in an open event. This is a great experience for them as Onelli Samaravikrama starts her service game in the third set.
Two very young players like we spoke of before. So it's very interesting to see how far they've come, from the very beginning to where they are performing currently at the moment. It's not been easy, long journey and a lot of hard work.
Love 15.
Okay, Charmika said that winning the first point of a game is very important. Onelli Samaravikrama, after breaking Akisha's serve, it's not the exact way to start off, the ideal way to start off her service game, losing the first point and losing it based on an unforced error as well. As you can see, the sun is still out. It's still scorching temperatures, humid, burning, sweaty, altogether messy. You can see the quality of ground stroke there. Akisha trying to make things happen, but of course she does not have the momentum going her way, so she's resorting to making things happen, but things aren't exactly happening. And this is what happens. This is what happens when you move on to a third set or another set after winning that second set comprehensively.
15, 30.
I think it's fair to say that both players look extremely tired, as they should be, given the weather conditions and all. They've been at it for a while now, and it's not easy. It's the last few stages of the game. Of course, the most crucial few moments as well.
And O'Neill has been playing so much tennis throughout this tournament. The semi-final was a 3-setter. The quarterfinals was a 3-setter. So she had to really work hard for her wins. And even today, you can see, despite losing that first set, she's come back into the game. So it's become a habit of coming back. So that's what repetition is. The more you play, the more you get involved in the game, the more you get real live experience. Not just training, not just practicing, but the more you play matches, keep on playing matches, you're getting used to the conditions, you're familiarizing yourself with the circumstances. So despite whether it's a favorable circumstance, whether it's an unfavorable one, whether you're leading, whether you're down and losing, it doesn't matter to someone like O'Neill because she's been there before. She's much more comfortable in the position that she's in right now, and you can see because she looks to be the one who's taking initiative right now. And Akisha is the one who is responding. And Akisha seems to be having no answers to the resilience and the consistency that's been shown by O'Neill. Again, that time a bit unnecessary by O'Neill. She's been playing good. She's been keeping the balls in. The last thing you'd have to do is give Akisha an opportunity to come back into the game. Let Akisha create that herself, because you're just putting yourself in trouble, and you see that often in sports, because you are not in control of the match 100% of the time. But when that small time comes, you just have to make sure that you remain in control of it, because giving away control makes the opponent dictate the play and you are responding. Sometimes you just don't have answers. It's like a physics matter. You're trying to solve the mysteries of the world, but you end up finding more mysteries, and it never stops. We look at the Earth, the solar system, then goes the universe, which is the galaxy, which is the Milky Way, then universe. There you say parallel universes, multiverse. Obviously those are fictional, but it can be proven as well. I don't know whether they actually exist or not. Theoretically, many scientists have worked hard to prove that. In the same way, obviously, I didn't want to go into the physics. I'm not a scientist. I don't know much about science. Anyways, as a law student, the last thing you know is a science, and absolutely not.
Advantage.
Again, you see the reduction when it comes to effort of Akisha. Sorry, I didn't want to. No Akisha's here. Just Akisha. It's just that's the amount of pressure she's in, because pressure is mounting up and her fitness levels are going down. So
obviously it's not easy to constantly be at it. It takes a lot of energy, like we said. So I mean.
And like it was said by Arsene Wenger, a famous football manager of Arsenal Football Club, he said, "What is hard is not to be intense in whatever it is you're doing, but to maintain the consistency in that intensity throughout a large period of time. Because we can wake up suddenly on one day, on a Monday morning, and say, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to go to the gym. You might go to the gym first day, second day, third day. By the fourth day, you'll be like, I've done enough, so might as well treat myself to a cheat meal or something, grab a pizza. And that's not what intensity is, maintaining the consistency in the intensity. It's just keep on going.
Like they say, consistency is key.
Exactly. And that's what differentiates or distinguishes a professional tennis player from an amateur tennis player who's yet to break into the professional circuit. Because there's not much difference, if you really look into it, in the women's game. If they build up a bit muscle, pace-wise, they can match the professional level athletes. But pace doesn't matter. Ultimately, what matters is how you use that pace, where you generate that pace from, and whether it's effective or not. Every single ground stroke you play, and they are right there, Unelli, Saman, Vikrama. played a backhand where when he should have played a forehand
One
there
game
in the
solved.
round, and make sure that she plays a much more comfortable shot. It is very evident that her forehand is a weapon. Her forehand is her go-to shot. The backhand is the solid shot, the stable shot that keeps her in the rally. But right there, a wrong decision can cost you. And just like that, Akisha is back in the game, and she doesn't seem to be exhausted at all, because you see the big come on. Sometimes that actually pumps up your adrenaline. Sometimes people might say it's a bit arrogant of sorts to say, come on, let out a loud cry, be a bit vocal and be expressive and animated. But the reality is,
It's what keeps you going.
Exactly. It's not for the spectators as they assume. It's for ourselves. Because if we are animated and if we are pumping ourselves up, because the spectators are not going to do anything. Unless, of course, there's a 100,000 crowd. But that too, even if they're your fans, if you're not playing well, they're going to boo you. So it's tough conditions, and
15 love.
they need to do it. You see a bit of not a bit of exhaustion, but a disappointment in the face of Onelli there.
To replay on your screens, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, those are big misses that she shouldn't be making at this stage, because she started off the set good, and she should be getting those returns in again, using Akisha's pace on that serve, sending it back on the same direction, cramping her up for pace. Akisha just couldn't settle her legs good. She couldn't meet the ball as early as she wanted to, and as a result of that, a costly error by Akisha. That time again, a soft serve towards Onelli's forehand. Onelli maximizing the softness of the serve to great effect there, generating pace by herself and putting Akisha in trouble, which we haven't seen often by Onelli, and that's something she has to do occasionally, because not often, because that's not her game. She doesn't have to change her game. She just had to continue with her approach that she's taken so far, because that's given her a set that's leveled up the game. And Akisha right now has to maintain her game as well, the aggressiveness. Because right now we see Onelli being very aggressive. Right there, very good inside-in shot by Onelli. And Akisha had no real opportunity to do anything with that shot. And right now I think Akisha, the onus is on her to get those balls in, because Onelli's in form, she's playing well, her shots are smooth. Right now Akisha needs to get her first serves in, play a simple game, like similar to what Apna did when he was leading. Again, that's 3 good returns on the track by Onelli Samaravikram, which goes to show the onus the women's game has on the return more than the serve. I think Aruna and Haritha was also speaking about that. They had a nice conversation about the returns, on how it should be done. Now, speaking of sports, women's sports, especially in Sri Lanka, there, as Aruna as well said, there's a tendency for girls to not continue the sport beyond, say, for example, the ages of 15, 16. Obviously, there are certain factors like O-levels, studies, and, maybe important factors, or no, common factors like that. Not, I wouldn't say important, common factors like that. But are there other factors that actually affect the decision making of the child, of a 16, 15-year-old girl, or, well, if she is making the decision, but if it's the parents who are making the decision, are there factors that actually impact that decision?
I feel like as a 16, 17-year-old, you're still at school, and something that you will constantly hear is to focus on your studies.
Exactly.
But see, that's where the balance comes in. You have to balance your sports alongside your studies, because that's where the key actually lies. Balance in both of those together will actually give you a grounding in life that you actually would realize you need later on. Because once you do leave school and grow out of that, you're going to realize it's not just studies that you have at that point. It's managing life, managing your higher studies. Apart from all of that, you will have so many other things that come your way as well. So, I mean, starting off young, as you see, the 2 players we're currently seeing, I'm sure they're still schooling.
Yeah, they're at that age currently.
Exactly. So, it's about balance and, just knowing what you're doing and giving both, or whatever you're doing, if it's 2 things, 3 things, 4 things, whatever you're doing, giving all those things your best and your 100%.
And also give yourself the opportunity to do those, because at a young age we
Start it
still
up.
don't know what we are, who we are, what we like. There are a lot of things we like, but we don't know whether we can do it or not. Give yourself the chance, the opportunity.
So explore it while you can,
Exactly.
explore while you have time. So then you lay the foundation for your future.
Yes. And also, do you think that, for example, stopping for O levels, now is that, now I understand if it's advanced levels, it actually has an effect or impact on your future decisions, but does ordinary levels have,
30.
I mean, obviously the parents
15.
think so, but as a student, would you have, now going in hindsight, do you really think ordinary levels really deserve that much of attention over, say for example, stopping your sport completely for a time period of 6 months for ordinary levels?
I feel like the main reason, if you take in
40,
general, that parents
50.
stress on your levels is because it's your first public exam. But it's really not as hard as you assume it to be. Once you sit for it, you actually do realize it's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, exactly. That we just don't want to tell that, but
Exactly.
it shouldn't be controversial. It should be.
So finding that fine lining in between balancing your studies and whatever extracurricular activity that you are actually participating would make you realize that you really don't have to take those
Game.
6 months off,
Samara Vikrama. Samara Vikrama leads. 3 games to 1.
Replay from the game that's just happening, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen.
Yes, as Onelli holds her serve. It's a big service game by Onelli. 3 games to 1 she's up. Now there's a 2-game cushion. Akisha is serving, yes. But as I said before, the tendency lies on the serve being broken as opposed to the serve being held. And right now, Onelli has a good opportunity to make that cushion a 3-game cushion going into the changeover. Because Onelli is striking the ball really well. Maybe not as powerful as Akisha. Akisha still has the power. But the smoothness, the flow of the shot is not visible. Just like that, a forehand
15.
cross-court shot. The smoothness is there. She's meeting the ball good. The rhythm is there. That means all dots are connecting. Well, Akisha is still struggling to get that rhythm going on, and the serve is not as effective as it was at the start of the match, at the start of the first set, at the start of the second set. She didn't start well in the third set. Meanwhile, Onelli, she's carrying on from the momentum she got in that second set. And look, a tough serve, a good return in. Now she's getting back in herself into the rally. That time it was an unforced error. But
15
the
on.
idea is there. The idea is correct. She has correct thoughts. She has a correct plan. Now she has to replicate what Apna did in that match against Ashin, especially in that second set when he got into those leads. Just play your basic game, play percentage tennis, play between the lines, don't go for lines, have some space between where the ball lands and the line, and make your opponent do something, because the onus is on them to create something out of a tough situation. That Onelli is partly responsible, in fact fully responsible, because she herself got herself into that situation, and just like that the opportunities comes. You get the ball deep, get the opponent out gradually, then comes a loopy slow ball in the half court box, and you just have to approach and just meet the ball early and just generate some pace and hit it to the open court. Again, the ball lands safe, it's never near the lines, and that's exactly what she's doing. That's a very good example of how you play a point depending on the circumstances. And what we were talking about before, I was asking, I also have to ask about this, because you're a girl, you've been there, and what about the argument that social life is being a bit
15.
hindered because you are dedicated to a sport, say tennis or any other sport? Is that true? Or can't you can't you balance it off like anything else?
I feel like in life you can balance anything. You just need to put your heart and soul into it and really make up your mind, and that way anything is possible.
Yeah, I mean, personally speaking, I did miss a lot of parties, but I don't ever regret that. Missing a lot of parties.
Parties always come and go, but
exactly.
the decisions you make for yourself always stay.
Definitely. And at that age, I feel like, especially the reason why you can't have that lifestyle is because sleep is very important. If, for example, Onelli, she's been playing 3-setters over and over again. If she doesn't get a proper sleep, she won't recover to play this match. Same goes to Akisha, because they were not the names that were touted to be here in this final. Absolutely not. Not even close. Especially the likes of Akisha, who's not even seeded. But the fact that she's here means she's preparing her body well. She's focusing on her body. She's focusing on her tennis. If that somehow is a bad thing that hinders something that is something like a social life, it seems to be like a bad reasoning or poor decision making in that person's mind. Absolutely brilliant. You see Akisha's serves are getting more soft because she's getting a bit nervous. She's getting a bit reluctant because she knows that she has to get the ball in. She's not confident in her strokes. And in the meantime, Anelli is taking advantages of it. Slow serve, pounces on it, opens up the court, and nicely guided towards the open court. Safe and efficient.
It seems like Onelli has been keeping that momentum since the start of this set. Akisha lagging a bit behind.
And that time Akisha winning the point. But still, Akisha has to work hard for her points. She has to hit the ball hard. That's a ridiculously good shot. Obviously, you can't blame Onelli for missing that stroke because it is a good shot. It landed on the baseline. Akisha has the power. And of course, it is hard to defend a ball like that. But she's back on level terms despite being 3-1 down. It's deuce. But I have to say, the consistency in the first serve has gradually been decreasing. Because in a tennis match, a first serve puts a lot of pressure. The mere fact that it's in puts a lot of pressure on the opponent because as soon as you lose the first serve, you know the opponent knows the second serve is going to be soft and a slower serve compared to that first serve. But this time around, of course, Akisha responds to Onelli's return and gets herself a point and advantage. It is to Akisha to remain in this match. Get herself into the match and go into the changeover, hoping that she can break Onelli's serve. Again, that's time Onelli putting herself in trouble actually. Didn't really need to, wasn't really a threatening delivery coming by Akisha, but unfortunately an unforced error costed her that game, which she could have won. Now these are the points in a match that really defines what will happen in the future, what will happen in the next game, because winning that game, which she had the opportunity to win, would have given her a 3-game cushion, which means she would be 4-up coming out of the changeover on serve. Say she lost that service game, it'll be 4-2, and she'll come back and win 5-2. So it's a matter of how you play those important points, those important games. Now with Akisha was playing some exceptional tennis and giving Onelli no chance, acceptable, but Onelli is somewhat responsible for putting herself in this situation. Now she has to respond and fight back, which she can do and which she has done. Especially yesterday, if you look at it, I was talking with, if I'm not mistaken, Haritha before this. Yesterday in the semi-finals, she lost the first set 6-1. Second set, she was 5-4 down. I think her opponent Inuki had a match point there. And then again 6-5 down. Inuki again had a match point there, but she came back. She always comes back. And in the third set, she had exhausted the opponent. So it was a relatively easy win despite her not being there at all.
So I think it goes without saying the comeback is always stronger than the setback.
Exactly. It's how you come back. And similarly, in Apna's case, in the gentlemen's singles, 3-1 down the first set, won it 6-4. And then 3-love down the second set, won it 6-3, won 6 games in a row. So that goes to show, that's a champion's mentality. Again, Akisha striking the ball very sweetly.
Love 15.
Forcing Onelli to defend. and of course getting that opportunity to pounce on, and she rightfully did so. Gladly did so. So that's a good start to the game. Akisha seems to be in control of her stroke now. There seems to be a bit of flow coming through as well. Onelli right now is in the back foot. That's absolute brilliant effort by Onelli, but again, sweet shot making by Akisha. That's forcing Onelli to defend, and something she's not been doing at the start of the set. Now she's slowly getting back into it. So these two players, they are not letting each other off sight. They are always, even if they are down, they are always right behind one another. So that goes to show it's amazing to see the competitiveness, and that's something you learn in sports only. Because no matter what you do, there's always someone ahead of you at any time, and it builds character as well.
That's true. That's something you can actually carry forward and use in life ahead of you, and so many things that you'll be doing.
A bit of a wayward shot by Akisha there, giving Onelli a point that she did not expect to come her way that easily. Onelli still on serve, but she's down right now. That was a good return
15,
by
40.
Akisha, giving her an opportunity, a double break opportunity here, whilst being 3-2 down. If you're just tuning in, this is a live telecast brought to you by the Papare of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025. The ladies singles event final is taking place as of right now. Akisha Silva against Onelli Samar Vikrama. 2-all. Akisha winning the first set, Onelli coming back and winning the second set. As of right now, Onelli is leading 3-2. Akisha on the verge of a break. 2 break points to her name as of right now. Onelli saving a second serve. There it is, the pressure mounting.
Game.
Forces a double fault out of nothing. A free point to Akisha. It's all square in the third set.
3 games all.
1 set to all, and then in third set, it's 3-all.
It really is down to who wants this more now at the moment. What we can expect is for them to keep this same momentum up and going, fight it till the last moment.
No, it's absolutely amazing the way they come back. Basically not letting the other player out of sight, because it's a 3-1, could have easily been a 5-1 by now. But it's a 3-all right now. And that makes it hard for the opponent. And it's a tug of war. It's just pulling from one end, pulling from the other end. But no. Everything stays in the center, because no one really has an advantage here. You can't really predict who's going to win. You really don't know, honestly. Do you?
Love 15.
I mean, it's just down to the last minute. So as much as we are at the edge of our seat to see what happens, I'm sure everyone back at home on their laptops, computers, phones, whatever they may be, are as much as us and the spectators that are joining us here at SSC.
Yeah, and the thing is, you might have your preferences as to who will win or who you want to win. But from an unbiased perspective, you really don't know. If there were odd makers or betting sites or whoever it is, you're in some serious trouble.
True,
if you are a serious gambler, your money would be in serious trouble. You don't know. You could either win
15 all.
or you could either lose all your money. Obviously, I do not support gambling or anything of that sort. In sports, of course, I really don't like that prospect. Having said that, yeah, sports is definitely a gamble.
For sure.
Out.
Yes, and also speaking about gambles, people say you don't know until you actually risk it. You know, people say you have to risk and everything. But sometimes even tennis, especially a sport like tennis, it's not just about the risk. Yes, sometimes the risk might actually turn out to be good. But it's about maintaining your composure and playing the basics. Do the efficient game. Because risk-taking is not, shouldn't be the theory or the sort of the mantra going forward.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like tennis is something where you should stick to what you're comfortable with, and that can actually get you places.
Play your game, because if you look at the control, as Onelli, right, that attempted to come forward, but she was reluctant, she went back. See, those kind of decision making, because I know might not be the best volley player out there, but if she were like 2 feet inside from the position she was, she could have had an easy volley. But speaking of that, I was about to say, I forgot what I was about to say. But still, that efficient play is what gives you the opportunities. Because I was about to say the controllables in sport, especially a sport like tennis, you don't control the outcome. You don't control the weather. You don't control maybe the bad decisions made by the umpire. Umpire has been fantastic, but I'm saying there can be an instance where an umpire might make a wrong decision. You cannot control the sun, the humidity, any sort of control. Yes. You cannot control a bad bounce that's happening on the ground, on the tennis courts. You cannot control a muddy part in the tennis court, rain or sorts, any sort of interruption. The only thing you can control in tennis or in any aspect of sport is your performance, what you do. So as long as you have control of it, as long as you're not wavered in your approach, then it is all you've got to do. Then regardless of the outcome, you can come out of the court saying, look, I had control of my play, I did my absolute best.
Silva.
If you had won, you'd be like, okay, nice, thanks. And if you had lost still, you'd be like, okay, that player was better than me that day. The last thing you want is to come out of court and say, I could have done better, I could have played better. There are those days. I'm not saying everyone's perfect, but try your level best to not come out of court thinking, should have done better, could have done this, could have done more.
Basically, I think what we would say is have no regrets and always give your best to anything in whatever you do.
There goes Akisha's chance here to grab a lead. Not often have they held their serve. Akisha had an opportunity, advantage coming her way, but unfortunately for her, a double fault brings Onelli back into the game. Deus all squared, 1-1 when it comes to the set count, 3-3 when it comes to the game count, and 40-all when it comes to the points inside the game. So it's all square. That's an interesting point. Now you see the girls have gone back to being very conservative, keeping the ball in, keeping the ball loopy and deep, not really going for it because they know the circumstances, they know the situation they are in that time. Onelli going a bit too deeper than he wanted to, but both the players know what is at stake here. It's at 3-all. This game is very important. There you go, both the players, they're not really coming into the court, they're standing their ground and making sure the balls are coming in. Both the players made mistakes in the last 2 points on the baseline, so that means they're getting enough height, they're getting those height, maybe not with pace, does not have the kick that comes with the topspin, but they're getting it high enough so that the ball is deep enough so that the opponent won't come into the court. Conservative and very cautious as well, because this is where anyone who's played tennis would know a 3-all game is very important. Whoever gets a 4-3 has that psychological advantage. Not a real advantage, it doesn't exist. 4-3, you can come back and make it 4-all. But there's a psychological element that I personally have not been able to understand. It's quite crazy if you really look into it. There you go, Onelli right now, the advantage is on her side. Akisha has made 2 crucial errors in this game. She'll be serving, hoping that she can get her first serve in. And there you go, first serve in, cheap point coming your way. And that's the importance of first serve. You get the first serve in, more often than not, the point will be coming your way cheaply, where you don't have to exhaust yourself and exert yourself. The energy levels are not restored actually, conserved.
Wait, please.
And the opponent is under pressure.
Out.
Again, you see a soft serve, but there's a bit of reluctance in Uneli's play as well.
Advantage.
If you had seen a few games ago, 3-4 games ago, she would have taken an extra step in and went with the flow of the ball. The racket movement would have been much more towards the opponent. Oh, brilliant. You don't see that often, but that's a great backhand down the line and one of the hardest shots to execute in a tennis court. And to execute that in such circumstances where the pressure is on you is absolutely brilliant. The footwork was brilliant, the opening up, giving herself room, everything was absolutely spot on. And guess what? Akisha responds, an absolutely belter of a first serve, going wide into the forehand. And Uneli trying to just drop it inside the court, just couldn't get enough contact in it. And she responds back again. This time Akisha maybe not expecting Uneli to take that, go for that much harder shot, much faster shot, because both of them have been playing very cautious tennis. It seems Uneli is opening up her arms, telling herself, okay, let's get some points going.
Out.
Again, a good first serve. Now that's what Uneli does. That's what Uneli has done, forcing Akisha to do the same thing as well. Akisha going for taking that bait and going for
Advantage.
it. There you go. Unforced error coming your way this time. An opportunity to break Akisha's serve. That was a bit too cautious, I would say. Uneli, a right mindset, but not proper execution of the shot. She should have made it deeper, preferably towards the backhand side, so that Akisha wouldn't be as aggressive as she was in her forehand. And an unforced error comes Akisha's way this time. So it's advantage to Akisha. Score is 3-all. She's serving, hoping that she can win this point and go into the changeover and get her some valuable rest.
Out.
Get very cautious by Uneli this time. Akisha is making the mistake. It's like they are helping each other out at this moment. When Akisha is going for shots, when Uneli is going for shots, Akisha is going for shots. When Uneli is making mistakes, Akisha is making mistakes. So it's a good learning curve for these players on how to manage a game. Just like me and Senori, we were talking about how we should manage life. Now it's about managing this game as well, managing the point, managing the entire match.
It's not easy for these players. They've been at it for a while now. It's warm here and you know they're tired, you know they're running on the last bit of energy and just clinging on to the last few, just the last bit of energy that they have.
Advantage.
You can see that they're tired, they're exhausted, but they also know that these last few moments are what is going to make this game what it is.
Yeah, but despite being tired, they're very good at showing their poker faces. You know, as an opponent, as a player actually, you don't want your opponent to know that you're tired or you're feeling some tightness in your muscles or you're injured or whatnot. The last thing you want to show your opponent is any form of weakness. And there you go, the loud cry, and
Game.
rightfully so. She
Silver.
deserved that game. She deserved that point. She fought hard for
Silver
it.
lead.
And she goes into the
4
break
games
with a
to 3.
4-3 lead. There goes the loud cry, you know. It's very powerful. People sometimes seem to think that it's a bit
Obnoxious.
obnoxious. Yeah, that's a good word to use. And I really don't agree with that, because
You
we-
deserve it.
we-
There are some things you deserve, and I guess
Exactly.
that's one of those, right?
and we don't know what's happening there. Even now, I've played tennis, but even I don't know what's going on in their minds as of right now. I can speculate, because based on the fact that I've been there before. But I really don't know what's exactly going in their mind, and whatever it is that they do, it's in the heat of the moment. Say they smash the racket, which I do not support, but at times some things happen that you don't even know. Sometimes the body, the mind just needs a release, release of anger. In life, we always go through that small time period of 1 or 2 times. Out of the blue, you just release yourself, anger and everything. And that's the same thing in tennis. The amount of anger this time piled up into a small space of time, and everything that's happening. I'm quite sure your parents are watching. I'm quite sure there's a big, massive audience right behind you, and her letting out. See, the spectators, speculating what's going to happen, like demanding or sort of, the parents want to get involved. The spectators want to get involved. They'll say, okay, hit this shot. No matter what I say, what happens on the court is up to them. And as commentators, we can appreciate what they're doing, and we are rightfully appreciating what they've given us so far. A good encounter between the two. And right now, the onus is on Oneli to stay right behind Akisha.
Let second serve.
Lucky escape there. Now, if you are juniors, you should know that both of these players are juniors actually. The let call does in fact doesn't count, so the point continues. But in an open event, if the ball hits the let, or hit the net, it'll be called as let. And you'd have to reserve as well. And there goes a double fault. She had 3 opportunities to get the serve in, but couldn't in either one of those.
Pressure is building up, as we can see.
Absolutely, and very good observation there, Senri, because the pressure is piling up on Oneli, and because she has to respond right now, because it's now or never. There's no more sets going on. This is the last set, and 2 double faults to start this game. There you go. The disappointment. The feelings you go through in a match is so much. I hope I don't offend anyone. Is it similar to the menstrual cycle?
I think we would have to agree there. I mean, it's just
Not me, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely
it's
not
a
me.
mixture of happiness, of anger, frustration, of everything. You're just put on the spot. You are fighting for what you want, and you are trying to get the best result for yourself at the end of the day, like we see here at this match.
Yeah, that time a much better point, a much better response by Oneli. The SSC Open, the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025, the ladies singles final between 2 absolute competitors, Akisha Silva and Oneli Samavikram, is taking place currently. As Oneli, that's an uncharacteristic mistake by Oneli, because she's been playing a very cautious tennis so far in the last few games, and rightfully so, because she's down under, and right now she's 2 break points down. There you see the pressure mounting up, not going for the strokes. The nerve starts to kick in. You can't really go through. So there you go. The 2-game cushion has been put back on to Akisha's side. Oneli had that cushion, but now it's all on Akisha. So it's a similar to the men's match. Apna was 3-0 down, 3-love down, came back to 6-3. This time Akisha was 3-1 down. Now she's 5-3 up, on the verge of the SSC Open Ladies Singles Championship. Oh, beautiful. That's proper tennis right there for anyone watching this. Absolutely brilliant. Opening up the court, towards the weak side, and then bang, just glides it through to the open court. It's a good start by Onelli, good response. He is fighting for her life here. There you go. Nelly just keeping the ball inside the court center. Very cautious, just pushing the ball in, making Akisha play those strokes and win those points. Not easy for Akisha. That's not the approach she has to take. She's already love 30 down despite being 5-3 up. There you go. More points coming Onelli's way. She's changed the approach. She's just trying to put the ball in, be consistent, and be a menace on court. Psychologically defeating her opponent, and that's exactly what she's doing. It's not easy to convert a 5-3 game to a 6-3 game, because especially with the expectations of you wanting to win that game. That time brilliantly executed point there, turning defense to attack. Rightfully so, it's 15-40. She's still 2 break points down. Onelli 2 break points up. Was 3 break points up, lost the first break point. Let's see how it goes from here on. Hurried to it a bit. She did the right thing. She opened up the court. Should have been a forehand cross court, but hurried into it, trying to generate some pace, because now Akisha's time to loop the ball up and reduce the pace of the game, reduce the flow of the game and the speed of the game, and Onelli has fallen into that trap. Still a break point. This time 3 break point saves, an absolute brilliant display by Akisha, the resilience she's shown. 3 break points down and she's leveled it up again. Now Deuce, she just needs 2 points to win the match.
Tough few moments. It's not easy again for both of these players. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in, this is the CL Synergy SSC Open tournament happening here at SSC itself. We had the men's final in the morning, and now we are currently witnessing the ladies singles final, which should conclude shortly.
The trading blows back and forth. Deuce again. These are long points. These are long games. Nothing is easy. That's been the feature, the key feature of this match. Nothing comes your way. No cushion. No room for error. Everything you do costs you, either gains you or costs you. This time again, Onelli being very cautious. She's not trying to swing her, not going with the swing when it comes to her stroke. She's trying to just loop it in. This time, match point to Akisha. There you go. There you go. Loud draw, and Akisha, the unseeded player in this tournament. The CL Synergy SSC Open 2025. Akisha Silva, the unseeded player, wins the ladies single final.
3-6.
5-7, 7-5, 3-6, 6-3.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 16 years to win this tournament, I'm sure she's feeling absolutely amazing and just feels so surreal to her. And I think kudos at being 16 to be able to win something like this.
Yeah, she must be elated because she defeated so many of her seniors to get here, and not just to get to the finals, but to win the finals as well. An absolute brilliant performance by Akisha. That's another 3-set match she's played. Another match that she has been taken down to the wire, but she has won it. She has come back from that disappointing second set, and she has etched, or rather written herself in the SSC history books as a ladies open singles champion. So ladies and gentlemen, there it is. the champion of the SSC Open ladies singles event. It is Akisha Silva.
I think we must also at the same time say that Oneli was a brilliant contender, and well done to her as well.
Yes, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the award ceremony, the presentation ceremony, reminding you that the men's singles champion is Apna Pereira and the gentlemen's singles champion is Apna Pereira, and the women's, or rather the ladies singles champion of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025, it is Akisha Silva. So in commentaries, I am Vibhuda Vijay Bandara. Alongside me is Senuri Premaratna, and alongside us was Harit Pereira, Chamika De Silva, and Aruna Senevi Ratna. So let's have a look at the highlights, and coming back to you again after this will be the presentation ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, the highlight of the women's single final playing on your screen right now, finals between Akisha Silva and Oneli Samara Vikrama. A hard fought match. It was, I mean, both parties just didn't give up till the end. It was them for giving their 100% despite being so tired. It was very sunny here at SSC and still continues to be quite sunny, but these two opponents just didn't give up. It was just always 100% from both of them, and Akisha walked off as the champion of this match, and I'm sure she's feeling so proud. As a 16-year-old, I think very commendable. And again, just like we do speak of Akisha, Oneli as well, brilliant performance, brilliant stuff by Oneli as well.
Yes, it was an absolute brilliant affair, neck and neck throughout the entirety of the encounter. But you know, there can only be one champion. You know, it's not really fair to say Oneli is a loser, but she definitely was a winner as well. But unfortunately, there can only be one champion. But right now, like I said before, we've got the presentation ceremony coming your way. But until then, a short commercial break.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙනා තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
We all love to look online at all the pretty houses for sale. But what about those truly outrageous homes?
Oh, no.
Now I get to see these in real life. Is this a house? And meet the people who decided to call these places home.
Would you like to see my bedroom?
Oh my gosh!
No one will hear you scream.
HGTV is getting wild.
What is this?
Homes Gone Wild. Thursdays on HGTV.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙනා තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමාට. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Alex Guarnaschelli will stop at nothing
She's bringing her A game.
to beat chefs
Here we go.
from across the country.
I don't care who's out there. I don't care what I'm cooking. We're going.
Alex versus America, Sundays on Food Network.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out, Thursdays on Food Network.
We all love to look online at truly outrageous homes.
Oh, no.
Now I get to see these in real life.
What is this?
Homes Gone Wild, Thursdays on HGTV.
CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead. What does it mean to be different? A rebel, a misfit, a maverick. It's more than standing apart. It's choosing not to blend in. It's seeing not what is, but what could be. A misfit questions the obvious, bends expectations, and runs toward uncertainty. It's the courage to stray from the path and carve a new one, even if it leads nowhere. It's the spark before a breakthrough. The drive to make the ordinary extraordinary. To be a rebel is to defy expectations, to break patterns, to be the outlier. A maverick thinks sideways, disrupts the norm. It's the energy in a perfect pass. The quiet leap that shifts everything. Chaos to others is just potential to us. What's called a flaw, we see as an edge. CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead. What does it mean to be different? A rebel, a misfit, a maverick. It's more than standing apart. It's choosing not to blend in. It's seeing not what is, but what could be. A misfit questions the obvious, bends expectations, and runs toward uncertainty. It's the courage to stray from the path and carve a new one, even if it leads nowhere. the spark before a breakthrough. The drive to make the ordinary extraordinary. To be a rebel is to defy expectations, to break patterns, to be the outlier. A maverick thinks sideways, disrupts the norm. It's the energy in a perfect pass, the quiet leap that shifts everything. Chaos to others is just potential to us. What's called a flaw, we see as an edge. CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits, the rebels, and the mavericks who carve their own way. Because we weren't built to follow. We were made to lead.
Look at this.
Ooh. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Now on Dialog Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialog ViU App. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the ViU App and add your Dialog Television connection today. Dialog, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙන තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS.
In the heart of Bangladesh, the stage is set for explosive sixes, mind-blowing catches. Witness the unmatched thrill. Bangladesh Premier League 2025, live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
What does it mean to be different? A rebel, a misfit, a maverick. It's more than standing apart. It's choosing not to blend in. It's seeing not what is, but what could be. A misfit questions the obvious, bends expectations, and runs toward uncertainty. It's the courage to stray from the path and carve a new one, even if it leads nowhere. It's the spark before a breakthrough. The drive to make the ordinary extraordinary. To be a rebel is to defy expectations, to break patterns, to be the outlier. A maverick thinks sideways, disrupts the norm. It's the energy in a perfect pass, the quiet leap that shifts everything. Chaos to others is just potential to us. What's called a flaw, we see as an edge. CL Synergy isn't for everyone. It's for the misfits.
Of the two match.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙනා තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැන
Today till the last point was won. First up, congratulations to the players for winning and also making themselves able to compete in a finals of this magnitude. A big round of applause for the players. So, as you know, this is the presentation ceremony of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025. And to start our proceedings, I'd like to invite the chairman of SSC Tennis, Mr. Asiri Iddamalgoda, to address this gathering. In the meantime, I'd also like to invite all our special dignitaries, including Mr. Asiri Iddamalgoda, then the managing director of the principal sponsor of the SSC Open 2025, the managing director of CL Synergy Roshan Silva, then Ms. Arjun Fernando, Ms. Shriya Munasinghe, and then Vinesh Pereira, coordinator of CL Synergy, and of course the tournament directors, Mr. Chamika De Silva and Mr. Aruna Seneviratna.
Good afternoon, I think actually it's good evening. Congratulations to all the winners so far, and I think the men's and women's event was very good at a very high level. And I would like to thank all the other players also for making this tournament a success. And I think this year also we have over 800 entries. And also what we see is it's better than last year. We have much more entries in the junior event, so this gives some kind of hope for Sri Lanka tennis in the future. And talking a little bit about the tournament, I got to say that I think the first tournament SSC held was in 1974. Since that, I think we started as a small tournament. It has grown strength to strength, and we are now a grade tournament. And I can easily say that after the Sri Lanka Nationals, this is definitely the most sought after tournament that any tennis player in Sri Lanka would like to play. So to get this tournament at this level, I think we have done a lot, and I definitely have to thank the tournament organizers and the referee, the ground staff. Special thanks to Aruna and Chamika, who have been devoted to make sure that this tournament runs at a very high level and a very like an international tournament. And of course got to thank the club for giving us the support, and the club GM who has been with us making sure that we have got everything that we needed to make sure that this tournament is done at our level and the way we want it. So finally the sponsors, the PNS, Yeti and 3G, who has been with us for a couple of years. Thank you very much. We couldn't have done it without you all. And a great and a big thank you to CL Synergy, who came forward when we were thinking and we were out of, I thought we had lost hope of finding a main sponsor. Thank you very much for coming forward and making this tournament a success. Thanks to everyone who's here, and we look forward to seeing you all in a couple of weeks after we finish all the matches at the main prize giving in about 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iddamalgoda. I'd also like to invite you for the presentation of certificates for the the line umpires and chair umpires. Before the presentation, I'd like to thank the ball boys and ball girls along with the ground staff who has been without them these courts would not have been in these conditions today and throughout the entirety of the tournament. So special thanks goes out to the ground staff and the ball boys. A huge round of applause to them. And like I said before, I'd like to invite Mr. Asirit Damanagula to present the certificates to the chair umpires and the line umpires of today's event. In presenting the certificates for the line umpires, I'd like to name the individuals who worked tirelessly throughout the entirety of those two events, the gentlemen's singles finals and the women's singles finals. First up, Inuka Algama. And next in line is Ransat Piris. Asanda Guruge. Sunil Pereira. WPJ Vijay Siri. And finally, Nuwan Jayasekara. And now the chair umpire of the ladies singles finals, Sarangan Jayachandran. The chair umpire of the gentlemen's singles finals, Nalaka Ratnayaka. Thank you, Mr. Daman. And now to address the gathering, I'd like to invite Mr. Roshan Silva, the Managing Director of CL Synergy, who is the principal sponsor of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025.
Yes, thank you. First of all, congratulations for all the winners. I mean, I was watching the final game. It was brilliant and a great the competition. And also we thank SSC for the opportunity given for us to be part of this tournament as the principal sponsors. And it's greatly organized. And throughout the initial stage, also where we have to work with the SSC staff, the committee. It was very encouraging. It was very encouraging to work, and also just to tell you, I myself is not from a tennis background, but as a company we are a lot into sports and we are passionate about the sports activities, cricket to rugby to golf and various activities. We are happy to be part of that. And also I started getting involved with the game since my daughter started playing tennis. She's still 11 years. But yet again, what I feel is, as a sponsor and also as a parent, what I can say is, even as the parents, we have a great responsibility to be part of this game and also to support the clubs as well as the different authorities who are organizing this event. And all the best for the rest of the tournament. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roshan Silva, the Managing Director of CL Synergy. I'd also like to invite Mr. Silva to the presentation ceremony to give out the awards for the Gentlemen's Singles Champion and the Ladies Singles Champion, the much awaited moment. So what you saw just now before this presentation is the Ladies Singles Finals. To be alongside Mr. Roshan Silva, I'd like to invite Ms. Shriya Munasinghe, because it's under her name that the SSC Open Tennis Championship Ladies Singles winner is named after the Shreya Munasinghe Challenge Trophy. So before we announce the winner, why don't we announce the runner-up, who gave her absolute best throughout the entirety of the tournament and managed to get into the finals out of nowhere and cemented herself when it comes to SSC tennis. Ladies and gentlemen, the runner-up of the ladies singles event of the SSC Open 2025, Oneli Samaravikrama. Give a huge round of applause to the runner-up, Oneli Samaravikrama. And now for the winner. Winning the first set, lose in the second set, and coming back to win a match. That's not an easy task. And doing all of that whilst being unseeded is definitely an uphill battle. And she successfully achieved this milestone in her life by becoming the winner of the ladies singles event at the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the ladies singles winner, Akisha Silva. Give a huge round of applause to Akisha Silva, the ladies singles winner of the CL Synergy SSC Open Ranking Tennis Championship for the year 2025. And it was Ms. Shreya Munasinghe who presented the Shreya Munasinghe Challenge Trophy to Akisha Silva. And moving on to the event that took place in the morning, starting off at around 10:30 a.m. The gentlemen's singles finals. Two absolute stalwarts in the present Sri Lanka tennis system battle it out again, as they've been doing for the past 2 years or so. The top seed Apna Pereira face off against the bottom seed Ashin Silva, but this time around, as it's been in the recent past, it was Apna Pereira who became victorious. But having said that, Ashin Silva can never be labeled as a loser, because he is the ultimate competitor who's always pushing and making sure that he always manages to win. Sometimes you don't, sometimes you will, but nonetheless, appreciate what you just saw, appreciate greatness. So ladies and gentlemen, to present the awards for the men's singles, the gentlemen's singles finals, I'd like to invite Mr. Roshan Silva again, and alongside him, the challenge trophy, under whom it is named after Mr. Arjun Fernando. So ladies and gentlemen, the runner-up of the gentlemen's singles category of the CL Synergy SSC Open Tennis Tournament 2025, Ashin Silva. And winning the Arjun Pereira Challenge Trophy, Arjun Fernando Challenge Trophy for 2 years running, consecutive years, it is your gentlemen's singles winner of the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025, Apna Pereira. I'd like to request you to stay, and alongside him I'd like to invite again Akisha Silva, the ladies singles champion of the SSC Open 2025, principal sponsor CL Synergy. Akisha, first of all, congratulations on becoming the ladies singles champion. Did you expect it to happen when you first entered into this tournament?
No, but I'm very happy. I'm 16 years old and this is my first title. I'm very proud of myself. I never expected this. I'm very happy.
So, what did you think about your performance throughout the entirety of the tournament? From the first round, second round, quarters, semis. Did you think that you deserved this win? Did you think that you fought hard for it?
Yeah, I think I did a great job. Sometimes I miss, sometimes I won. Yeah, I'm very proud of myself. I did a great job, yeah.
So, how about your parents? Are they happy? Are they proud? Did they expect this to happen? And what does the future hold for you?
Yeah, they expected. And I want to thank my mother. Thank you, Ammi. I love you so much. And my father is not here. Thank you, Tati. I love you so much. And without them, I can't do this. I want to thank them now. I love you so, both of you. Thank you, Ammi. Thank you, Tati.
Yes, definitely a proud daughter and proud parents as well. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations are in order again for the ladies singles champion, Akisha Silva. And moving on to the gentlemen's singles champion. Now I've been asking him questions for 2 years in a row. So how do you feel winning 2 years in a row?
I mean, first of all, I want to congratulate Ashin also because we've been playing too many matches recently. Always we've been playing the finals. So, I mean, sometimes I win, sometimes he wins. So, it's normal. And also, I want to thank SSC for organizing such a great tournament as always. This is one of my favorite tournaments to play. Talking about the match, we both had ups and downs. And I was able to come up at the top. I mean, it could have gone either way, but I came out on top. Yeah, that's it for now.
So at 3-love down in the second set, what were you thinking? Because then you went on to win 6 games in a row and win the match. Not just the match, the championship as well. So what was going in your mind when you were 3-love down?
To be honest, when I was 3-love down, I thought I'll just give up the second set and I'll somehow try to win the third set. Because honestly, if you go 3-love down and if you break your serve, it's tough to come back. But then I found another gear and I just somehow was able to come up, I guess. I mean, yeah, I think I could have been able to done better if I had held my serve, but yeah.
So anyone you wish to thank after winning yet another SSC Open?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank my coaches, Anubha sir, Dinusha Ayya, Chavi Ayya, and there's a bunch of other coaches also. I can't name them because I might forget one of them. Yeah, I want to thank the ACM Academy and Hit Tennis also. They helped me throughout. And I want to thank my dad and my mom. They are probably watching through the live right now. So I want to thank Papare also because my parents are not here, they are abroad, so they get to watch my match, which we can't get at other tournaments. So I'm really happy. And I want to thank my friends, my family. They've been helping me throughout all these years. Yeah. And one more thing. I want to thank the referees and all the umpires. You did a great job, and I want to thank the ground staff, ball kids also. They've been amazing. So thank you all. That's it.
So those are the words from your gentlemen's singles winner at the CL Synergy SSC Open 2025. ThePapare, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the winners of the gentlemen's singles and the ladies singles, ThePapare and Akisha Silva. And while the pictures are being taken, I'd like to thank every single one of our dignitaries who are on court right now. Mr. Roshan Silva, the Managing Director of CL Synergy. Mr. Asirit Damalgada, the Chairman of SSC Tennis. Mr. Vinesh Pereira, the Coordinator of CL Synergy. Mr. Arjun Fernando and Ms. Shriya Munasinghe, and also our favorite tournament directors, long-standing, Mr. Chamika De Silva and Mr. Aruna Seneviratne. Now, I would also like to thank, like I said before, the ground staff, the referees, the line umpires, the players, the parents, and every single one of you who've been part of this SSC tournament, who've been part of this journey. Because the journey, this tournament is still not towards the end, because there's a lot more action going on. The junior events are still taking place, the senior events are also still taking place. So lots of action going on in the SSC tennis. So hopefully you guys can keep updated and stay tuned and support Sri Lanka tennis moving forward, because this tournament just kick-started the 2025 tennis calendar year. And also special thanks goes out to the sponsors, everyone who's been behind the SSC Open, alongside the Papare as well, for giving us a live telecast and for giving these players the opportunity to showcase their talents across the globe. And also the commentators alongside me, of course Mr. Aruna Seneviratne and Mr. Chamika De Silva, and of course Senuri Premaratne. I hope I got your name right. Yes, so thank you. And also alongside her was Mr. Haritha Pereira, senior commentator. So thank you all for joining us, and of course congratulations to the players, and good luck to all the young and upcoming players who will be taking part in these tennis events. So good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of a long day of tennis here at the CL Synergy SSC Open tournament. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to the Papare and followed up on the action. Stay tuned as we take you along hundreds and more sports journeys. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Senuri Premaratne for ThePapare.com. This is Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
රසට රසක් හමුවෙනා තැනක් හදට දැනෙන රස මවන තැනක් අපේ රසක් මේ අපේ තැනක් හැම හදවතකම රැඳෙන නමක්
වසර 120ක් පුරා ශ්‍රී ලාංකේ රස හඳුනන අපිට ලංවුණු අපේ කමේ සංකේතය PNS